All right. Calls meeting to order 9:02 a.m. Roll call.
Mike Solori.
Here.
Kristen Sanders.
Here.
Wes Bornheim.
Here.
Shelter Machine.
Here.
Jeff Hildred.
Here. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. The first item up is an action item to seat the new board members. I want to welcome Tristan Sanders, Wes Bonheim, and of course, Tesha.
Okay, so I'm gonna have the new members stand, please. And congratulations. You're gonna raise your right hand. And so I'm gonna start by saying that I'm just gonna have you state your name. I'm gonna read the article, and then at the end, you're gonna say I swear. Okay? So, please, all of you state your name.
Sanders?
Wes Bonham.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take the obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
What did I get you in this one? Yeah. Congratulations. Congratulations. I would like to make a motion and nominate Mike Solari as president. I think he deserves it more than anyone, not just because he's the acting vice president, but really the only person who's been elected by this, by the people.
I will second that motion.
Roll call.
Mike Solori. Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Wes Bornheim.
Aye.
Shelter Machine.
Aye.
Jeff Hildred.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now, if I can, first I want to thank everyone for being on this board, basically volunteering your time. It's a thankless job, but the community needs it and the community does appreciate it. Thank you. So if I may, moving on, nominate Jeff Hildreth for vice president.
I will second that motion.
Roll call.
Mike Solori.
Aye.
Kristen Sanders.
Aye.
Wes Bornheim.
Aye.
Shelter Machine.
Aye.
Jeff Hildred.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, moving on. We'll get to public comment. Anybody have a public comment that is not on the agenda? You do? Come up to the podium, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am representing an organization called Visit Shelter Cove, and this is an organization which is founded for promoting tourism for Shelter Cove in the off-season.
Could you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
Sorry about that. So yeah, I'm representing an organization called Visit Shelter Cove, and we are looking to promote tourism to Shelter Cove in the off-season, not in the summer. So we come up with an idea. We have tried different ideas, and there's a program called Wellness Weekend. It's a 3-day weekend, January 24, 25, 26, and that individuals can pay $660 to attend the program, but they get all classes, which is about 14 classes between the 3 days, including yoga, wellness, meditation, nature walk. So Plus, they get all the meals covered and stays at the hotel or Airbnb. So I just wanted to share these flyers with you, and I have shared already some copies, and I shared with the board members and supervisor too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Something that's not on the agenda for today.
So good morning.
Morning.
I'm here just representing SCARF. I just wanted to just give a quick update that, can you guys hear anything? No?
Your mic.
Turn the mic on.
I'm here representing SCARF, and I just want to give a quick update in 2024 that we had the successful creation of the labyrinth, and we are currently doing maintenance to ensure that that beautiful pool in the center that was built by Bruce Willis, our pastor, is currently being repaired to keep it in good condition. And in 2025, we are currently on a project to consider having a concert series during the summer season.
Wonderful. Thank you, Nina. Anybody else? Okay, we can move on to the. There was one? Oh, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Seth Blanken. I'm a local inspector and home builder. And I'm just, since the earthquake, hasn't been any reported damages, but I've noticed a glitch in any deck that was put in before 2019 codes. And those decks, I would recommend people have inspected and if possible, have them retrofitted. There's just a basic engineering flaw that they corrected in the 2019 codes, but anybody that has a deck over a foot off the ground, I recommend they have it inspected and by a local contractor. Anyway, it's pretty evident when that ledger starts to separate from the house, and if it's separated at all, it's starting to get jeopardized. Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Anybody else? All right, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do you have any questions about the consent calendar?
I just had one comment on the minutes. On action item 6, just to clarify that that wasn't the first reading, it was. Just want to make sure that was all.
Anybody else?
Got nothing.
Any public comment about the consent calendar? Nothing. Proud. Get a motion to approve the minutes and the bills.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar and the bills.
I'll second that with the correction.
Roll call.
Ms. Lloyd?
Aye.
Trustee Sanders?
Aye.
Ms. Songhurst?
Aye.
Trustee Sheet?
Aye.
Ms. Hilton?
Aye.
Okay, next on our agenda is correspondence and discussion items. We'll let Chris take it away here.
Yes, thank
Who
you.
we got?
First item is a Humboldt County correspondence. I did reach out to Lieutenant Joshua Paul with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for any report. He did not respond, so I don't see him online either, so no report from the Sheriff's Office this month. And that, move on to item 2 then. Correspondence from Humboldt County. Item 2 is District Strategic Planning, Parks and Recreation Department. This is the second viewing of the draft plan for the Parks and Recreation Department. Just to provide background again, each department within the district is developing its own draft strategic plan. These individual plans define the responsibilities of each department, their role, and their ultimate goals for the future. When combined, these individual draft plans will form a blueprint for the entire district. And so the focus of this item today is to review the Parks and Recreation Plan for the second time and provide any input. And then ultimately, this plan will go to the Parks and Recreation Standing Committee for further refining, editing, and prioritizing. So, I'll let you review that and any questions. Just quick, we did, the draft changes are in red, highlighted red on the plan from since last viewing. So see what was changed, not very much.
Any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. So on that first page, it says at the end of the first paragraph that the administrative department is comprised of one full-time staff member. Is that a staff member already on staff, or is that one that we're going to be hiring?
Staff member already on staff in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
I really like the part where we talked about getting some art on some of our structures. That's something that we've already started the process on, or reached out to Scar.
Not yet. It's in the concept phase right now. In fact, one of the spots I was thinking is right behind you, this new building. Maybe we can.
Need some waves.
Yeah, I'd like that idea too. I actually, my initial thought was the Scarf BLM artist in residence could possibly take some of that on.
The boxes, the electrical boxes out there would be kind of nice to see that. I enjoyed seeing your art up in Eureka.
Yeah.
The street is really nice. I like what I see in here so far. So it's good. It's a good start.
Yeah, and then I had a question on page 9. It says enhance the airport, and then it has OQ5, and I'm not familiar with the call sign of the airport, but I saw the previous one that's been scratched out as 0Q5, and I wanted to make sure that is correct, if it's supposed to be O or 0.
Yeah, good call. I have to research that.
Okay.
It's no.
It's an O?
No.
Okay.
Is the draft plan, can we publish it?
Yes.
Is it online, or where do we find it?
I don't know if it's on our website, but is it?
There's a binder back there.
We can put it on our website. In addition,
I like it.
It should be on.
You could also find it on our website if you go to the board link and go down to the
Yeah.
I would like to make a comment. January 12th, Shelter Cove, 60 years old. And reviewing the founding documents, and since we're talking about Parks and Rec, one of them is public recreation by means of parks, including not limited to aquatic park, recreational harbor, playgrounds, golf courses, swimming pools, and recreation buildings for all year recreation, including but not limited to facilities for public and private meetings and other public square places. I think one of the things that is going to be discussed later on is going to be the sports court. And part of that sports court, based on these founding documents, we might want to consider recreation buildings for all year recreation.
Moving on first, the sports board update.
yeah. So is there no other comments?
Public comment.
Public comment about strategic planning.
Jerry Jackson. I misspoke. It is 0.
Thank you, Jerry. No other public comment about the strategic planning? Strategic planning?
There's been a lot of back and forth about sports courts, pool for 25 or 30 years. So number one request has always been the pool, and it's always talked about building something. One time they're going to build a basketball court and a sewer plant, and they're going to build something else over there, and they're going to build something else way over there. All the sports facilities need to be relatively centralized, within the limits of the land use, because when people come to use stuff, some people want to be around other people. They don't want to be isolated, like a skate park way over there and a pickleball way over there. They need to be kind of coalesced in one spot, or the best you can, because it's better use for everybody to access it quicker and easier. So, and control always needs revenue. So, more facilities attract more people, attract more home buyers, attract home builders, attract more businesses. So and the argument's always been, we're going to build these facilities, how much are we going to charge? That's always been the argument. You're not going to, it's not the amount you get, the dollar or whatever, like golf, it's the amount of people that you draw into a community that spend their money here as a multiplier. So that's always been a problem. People always try to disperse the strategic planning and the sports community can kind of make a better plan.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to address that in the sports court update, I'm sure. Something similar. Anybody else about strategic planning? No? All right, let's move on to the sports court update. Who's doing that one, Chris?
Yes, good transition. So yeah, the next topic for correspondence discussion item is the sports court update. And we'll have some discussion afterwards, but right now the presentation this month will be provided by Mike Bruno, who's at the podium. So you will have a PowerPoint slide presentation that I will share on screen.
Just real quick, if you could, before you begin, could you please update the board on where we stand with the Humboldt County as far as what is in reference to the design that they are presenting today?
Yes, just an update, which Mike will also provide, but back in July.
I would like the board to be aware as we're listening, how this is making its way through the county.
Okay. Well, real quick, back in July, the board directed staff to submit 2 different plans to the county planning and building department to find out the viability of these plans, if they could be permitted. One of them being the dimensions of the original SHN plans, and the other one being an alternate plan developed by our group here. And the county has approved the alternate plan and did not consider the SHN plan. And they have actually approved, it's gone through the permitting process, but with some stipulations, and of course it's in the limbo period right now with appeals, but it has been approved. But I should let Mike probably.
To a point, I think I can elaborate on the permitting.
Okay. And just for clarity, when it was made known that in September, the beginning of October, that by submitting those 2 plot plans to the county, one, the SHN plan, which is actually a paid for engineered set of plans, and then the second option design that the informal group has been working on, those, when it was made known to that group or to the general manager, it should have been brought back to the board to discuss if we were going to be moving forward with seeking variances at that time. Instead, it's appearing to me, and by what I'm reading, that an executive decision was made to move forward with the plan that we are getting ready to have a presentation on, and not the SHN plans that we have paid for. I think that is, I have concerns on how we're approaching this project, in the sense that, we've had these plans that went out to bid as required, and now we're being told and we've been pushed to pretty much disregard those plans. So I wanted to bring that to the attention of the board and to the public for transparency. I've also read what the county is looking at as far as the permitting process, And when you look at the airport compatibility, ALUCP part of it, it is, even though it's in zone 2, this plan that they're presenting to us is in zone 2, there's a bunch of restrictions to that plan and the use of that, even with allowing the project to move forward. So I just want the board to be aware of that and the public. Thank you. And then I'll have more questions after the presentation. Thank you.
And I have a question for you too. Chris, when you said that they did not consider the SHN plans, does that mean that they didn't even look at them as a possibility for permitting, or what do you mean by they did not consider them?
The permitter basically said that those plans encroach into zone 5, would require a variance, which has a very high bar in order to approve. And also the fact that we have plans that would not encroach into zone 5 basically doesn't help our case as far as getting a variance. So they basically said, no, we're going to only consider the other plans.
And I would just like to add, at the time that the board okayed to submit the 2 drawings, which I had reservations about because we already had a paid set of plans, and I think we should have just submitted those. It was at the request of Mr. Bruno to submit 2 different plot plans to see what the county would say. Obviously, they chose the one that didn't go into zone 5. With that said, we need to be looking at this project and that property for future recreation. And I'm really concerned about the fact that we aren't pushing, that we just went along with a design that hasn't been approved by the board. Yeah, again, I have concerns.
I have a question.
Sorry.
I was just curious, what about the S and H and N plans did the county not like? Could they like move it more towards the street, or what was the actual problem?
Could you please use the microphone?
Oh,
Yeah.
I was just wondering what the actual problem with the S and H and N plans that the county had, if it was where it was located or.
It was basically the size and how it encroached into the airport zone.
So that couldn't be solved by moving it closer to the road, or, I mean, I know those plans were a lot of money, so.
I can elaborate on all
Okay.
Okay, my final question, until I have more questions, of course. How does this, the change of the plan reflect towards the grant? What are the ramifications?
The grant basically just says you want 1 basketball court and 2 pickleball courts on that property. That's the only thing we have to follow as far as achieving the grant's goals.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, it's nice to see a full table of board members here. Okay, I have about 15 minutes of material here and follow up with questions. Put the first slide up there. Maybe go on to slide 1 again. So I'm going to give you a little project overview, talk about the community support and participation, the budget and funding, the construction plan, community events and maintenance plan, and then the permit status and estimated schedule. Okay. So next slide, start. First, we'll talk about, you can,
Is that the next slide?
yeah, okay. Project overview. So the project creates a multi-sport center. It includes basketball, volleyball, pickleball, badminton, horseshoe, and bocce ball, all centralized near the community center. It's centrally located near the community center and existing parking providing a focal point for community events. Alternative uses for this location are prohibited by the airport regulations, so this is a high value allocated, allowed use. And it's funded by a state grant from the California Department of Parks and Recreation, which was granted in 2018. We're now almost in 2025 here, so it's been 7 years. 2 alternative designs were approved by the board to be submitted to the county in July of this year. And the board requested we submit, we originally provided 4 options. The board selected 2 for advancement. The county accepted the plan alternative that did not intrude into the airport exclusion zone. And actually a variance is not required for that project. It's a simple matter to shrink the footprint and move 30 feet in order to be excluded from zone 5. So even if you kept essentially with the same original plan but just shrunk it, which is required for other reasons, and just moved it, then you don't need a variance. Now, long term, I think the board should go for a variance for other things, but it's not necessary at all for the sports court. Okay, if you can move on to the next one. Community members strongly support a central recreation facility for adults and especially children. They've been waiting for many years. As I said, the grant was awarded in 2018. A letter and petition of support was submitted last week to all the board members. If the new board members haven't been checking the board emails, you should have gotten that. There's over 165 resident signatures encouraging prompt completion. I would ask, when's the last time the board received a petition and letter with more than 150 signatures? We did put together a community-based design, permitting, and management group that has worked very diligently over the last year to improve the design, and I can address what improvements, reduce the cost significantly, and advance the project through permitting. It includes Florentine and Pam, myself, Bruce Christie, and Kurt Odra. Collectively, we have more than 120 years of experience with project management, with permitting, with construction, and with working with state and federal grants on multi-million-dollar construction projects. Okay, future maintenance, fundraising, and event planning will be supported by the Shelter Cove Pickleball Club, SCARF, Lost Coast Tourist Association, and the Visit Shelter Cove organizations. An MOU has been drafted and is being circulated for comment. Okay, next slide, please. By the way, if you don't mind holding your questions until the end, and then I'll address them as long as you like me to stay. Okay, here's an overview of the project. Again, the largest pad is a basketball, volleyball, pickleball. One reason we added volleyball is because we got overwhelming community comment that, hey, we'd also like to play volleyball. It's no big deal to add that on the basketball court. Just we can use removable poles and some lines. A pickleball and badminton court. Badminton happens to be the exact same size as pickleball, so you don't even need new lines or anything. We would shift the horseshoes, and then of course there's still the bocce center, bocce ball. So it creates a multi sport center really surrounded around the community center. By the way, just to put this in context, what we're going to be constructing is smaller than the existing parking lot that's just to the right there. There's actually another parking lot for planes about 60 feet to the left that's larger than this, and of course there's a runway. So we're really adding a small percentage of a parking lot or concrete pad to an area that's surrounded with concrete pads. Okay, next let's talk about the budget and funding plan. So the current available funds is $240,000. That's what's been funded and allocated. That includes $178,000 state grant plus $62,000 cost share commitment, of which about $40,000 has been spent. Current estimates for materials and labor from contacting material suppliers and 3 different contractors range from about $220,000 to $250,000, including monies already spent. So, you know, the board was constantly saying, hey, we want better numbers, and we've gone out there and got better numbers. And these are very solid. This is about $35 per square foot based on the current design, and the designs might be modified through discussions internally or with the county building department, and once finalized, new estimates will be obtained. As I said, we have very high confidence in these numbers. For comparison, the recently completed Arcadia Carlson Park multi-use courts, a very similar size, were constructed for $28 per square foot. Actually, maybe if you can just jump one slide, Chris, and then we'll go. Yeah, there's a couple updates on here that aren't in your board package, so I can provide copies. These are the Arcadia Carlson Park courts. I don't know, Ms. Bushnell, if you had involvement in those. They're beautiful courts, beautiful surface. And they ended up costing about $28 per square foot. If you go back one slide, please. The national average for pickleball courts range from about $15 to $40 per square foot. Now we're talking about everywhere from San Francisco to New York City to in the middle of Idaho. And typical cost for outdoor basketball courts range from about $5 to $20 per square foot. So we're at the high end, but definitely within the reasonable range of local data and national data. Okay, if you go to the next slide, please. Sorry, one more. So we're going to include one 90 by 60 foot concrete pad to accommodate basketball with permanent nets and posts, and volleyball with removable poles and nets, and 2 pickleball courts with just removable poles and nets. And then one new 6 foot by 30 foot pad next to it to accommodate pickleball and badminton, and 8 foot vertical fencing. A new sidewalk between the parking lot and the courts, and new horseshoe pits with wooden back stops and a gravel pathway between. Go next slide, please. The basic construction would go in phases. We would build and install the horseshoe pits first, so that there's those will just be moved. Excavate, level, and compact both the pad area and the sidewalk area, trench the perimeter and add formwork, etc. And then move on to the smaller pad as a phase 2. And I'll talk about what's the motivation for phasing. And phase 3 would be the fence, wind screens, the surfaces, lines, and nets and poles and so forth. And I'll talk about why there's an advantage to doing some of that in phase 3. It all boils down to budget and cost control. Next slide, please. So the overall strategy is obtaining, and the way you control costs is basically you get rough bids up front, you break things down by task, and you track it, and you modify as necessary. Okay? So 3 bids for each major project component. Direct purchase materials directly, so that you avoid contractor markup on materials. You closely track expenditures versus budget to each task. And this is going to be a group effort, and that's one of the advantages. You have all this experience with project management, with construction management, with permitting and so forth, and you use that experience because the board and even the general manager doesn't have the time to put all that attention on what is essentially, let's be honest, just a concrete pad. Okay? We're not building a hospital, we're not building a bridge, we're building a concrete pad. Okay? Then there will be fundraising, moving on for maintenance and fundraising by SCARF, by Shelter Cove Pickleball Club. And we're going to proceed in phases, and if necessary, defer the smaller pad. If we're watching and tracking the costs and say, hey, we might be getting close to our budget, we'll maybe defer the second pad for a later date when we have additional funding. That saves $60,000-$70,000 right there. Okay. All right, and so that, and for example, we may come to the end of the budget, end of the project and decide, hey, we don't have enough money for the top of the line surface. We're going to do some of this surfacing ourselves, as we've done in the past, and reduce costs that way. All right, finally, I'm going to talk about community events and maintenance plan, and then I'll get to anyone's questions. Oh, I'm sorry, and the permit status. So we're going to organize tournaments and social events to serve the community and to raise funds. We've done that on a small scale the last 2 years in a row. We intend to expand that effort. We're going to apply for grant monies to support maintenance and facility improvements. So Wendy Ball with Scarf has volunteered to step up and take on that role. The primary responsibility for maintenance will be by the Shelter Cove Pickleball Club and Scarf, with the Pickleball Club being primarily responsible for volunteer labor. And then Las Coast Tourist Association, Julie's here, and Cindy with Visit Shelter Cove organizations have agreed to help with advertising and marketing for the maintenance effort. You can query them. We have a draft MOU, as I mentioned, in circulation for comments and see what people are comfortable with. Okay, next step. Permit status and schedule goals. The initial planning permit application was submitted in July 2024. Okay. By the way, there's nothing at this point to date that does not preclude putting in a smaller version of the original SHN design. You don't want that large version because it's impractical. Let me just address that. The original design called for an NBA size basketball court. All right. With all due respect, none of us or anyone in the code is an NBA athlete. Okay. And if you look at recreation parks anywhere in the state, they're not NBA size outdoor basketball courts. They're smaller high school size. Right. If we ran up and down 5 times an NBA court, you're going to need cert with the defibrillator. So no matter what, you needed to shrink it. All right. By shrinking it and just moving it 30 feet, you're already out of the zone. Even if you did pretty much everything else that was in the SHN design. Okay, so it means a practicality for use, and it also facilitates the permitting process. All right, the planning application was approved in October, advanced to a coastal development permit review. The coastal development permit was granted this month. Again, they don't look at the details of, so if you want, they don't look at the details of the footing. So if you want to just stay with the SHN design, but just slightly smaller, that's no problem, okay? Next step is to complete and advance the building department engineering drawings with the project. By the way, how did we achieve all this in a relatively short time frame? Because that's what you get when you have experience facilitating permitting and construction. That's how you can get quick action. Okay? We know, for example, they would say, well, let's wait till there's a biological survey. Well, hold on a second. Talking to the county, they said, okay, you know what, you don't need a fall biological survey. In fact, we don't even need the spring survey. Okay, so that speeds things up right there, not to mention saving either half of the 18,000 or all of 18,000. What about the cultural survey that was proposed for $7,000? Nope, you don't need that. So working with the county and having experience with a lot of these things facilitates and speeds things up. And I think there's contractors in here that know, the difference between someone experienced with going through the permitting process and not experienced is night and day. Okay. All right. We currently hope to receive building and permit approval by the end of Q1, basically by March, assuming the board doesn't slow things down. Because one thing that's guaranteed to increase the cost is delaying this project another 2 or 3 years. All right? We hope to initiate construction in second quarter by the end of June and complete the project in 2025. So now I'm going to address questions, and I'll start with one question and then move on. Do you mind going to the next slide? Okay, I'm sorry, one more. First question, why modify the original design proposal? Short answer, number one, facilitate approval. Number two, reduce costs. The community was complaining that the process was taking too long. 7 years for a concrete pad, come on. At the same time, the RID board is repeatedly saying, well, costs are high. And how do we know, we can afford this? We agree completely with both. We need to facilitate and speed the process, and we need to reduce costs. So that is why we changed the design. The original design was to be more detailed on the answer, original design was in the wrong location, prohibited. The original pad design was too large, completely unnecessary, right? Just reducing the size of the pad by 30% really reduced the cost by almost 30%, okay? Because you go from NBA size to more of a recreation park size, you've got a 30% smaller footprint, okay? The original proposed design had almost 200 linear feet of sidewalk. That's not necessary. It's nice, okay? Maybe in the future we'll want sidewalks all around all four sides everywhere, but it's not necessary, okay? The original design called for extensive new concrete work in the parking lot, which was unnecessary for approval. The proposal was to basically replace almost the entire north side of the parking lot, add parking bumpers on each of those parking spots, and a very large handicap parking area. That's too much concrete. That's too much work. And again, maybe in the future, or maybe we'll have money left over, we'll want to put bumpers on all the parking spaces, but that's not necessary, okay? So that sort of thing can be reduced or deferred to a later date. And then finally, the original engineering support proposal included thousands of dollars of unnecessary and costly effort. Where I mentioned biological surveys, cultural surveys, a $12,000 proposal to get the CDP, which we got for $1,900. Okay? And there's many other things. So in other words, to significantly reduce costs and to facilitate, to speed the permitting process, we simply said, okay, here's an alternative where we move 30 feet and shrink the size. Now we've added additional things to enhance the overall goal of the project, all within, what's within our budget, but that was the reason for that. And so with that, I'll take any other questions. I have some backup slides I can refer to that aren't necessarily in your package yet, and I'll be happy to address any other questions you have.
I got my statement I wanted to make.
Yeah.
With the alternative design, it allows two different sports to go on at the same time, which was another advantage of the design. So if we had kids down there playing basketball, and then you went down there to play pickleball, you couldn't play. If you're down there playing pickleball and somebody wanted to play basketball, the basketball player couldn't play. With this two-court design, you have a dedicated pickleball badminton court, and you have a basketball that has the options of two pickleball courts. So no matter who goes down there, somebody could play, right? So it's a much better design, much more functional, and much better for everybody who's down there who wants to play either one of the sports. That was another reason that we went with the two-court design and shrunk the basketball court.
And again, maybe we don't end up with that pad, but Okay, yeah, Mark.
Hold on, just one moment, please. This isn't public comment
Oh,
for
I-
the,
Yeah,
this
this
is, it needs to go back to the
Questions
board.
from the board, I
Thank you.
apologize.
So the other question I have, well, I appreciate all your hard work in this, especially saving the district money, but the horseshoe pits, we will have the same number of horseshoe pits that we currently have now, correct?
It'll be exactly the same footprint, yes.
Anybody else?
I just wanted to say thank you. It's really nice to see someone really motivated, like, get this done.
Thank you.
And also, like, figuring out the biological study and the cultural stuff. I was worried about that for a while, how it was going to be done. So, thanks.
Any other questions from the board?
But go ahead.
Okay, yes. I guess, I would like to start with, I guess, going back to your presentation. It would have been also nice to have your follow-up questions that you just presented in our board packet, so we could have gone over those. I wanted to go back to the project overview. The project overview is actually what is the grant for? And in this part, we're talking about the volleyball, pickleball, badminton, horseshoes, bocce ball. I just want it clear that that's not a part of this grant. And by stating and showing us in yours and what I refer to as Plan 4, because that was the fourth plan that you presented earlier at earlier meetings, where you have the horseshoe courts located. To have them there, we would have to get variances. Also, I'm not clear that that smaller pickleball court that you have here is actually out of Zone 5. You didn't have the airport restrictions on this particular plot map for the board to look at, and we have new board members on previous.
But didn't the county say that they were okay with them? That they were out of the airport area?
I don't know that the county has actually come down and done a site visit to really see where the airport restriction is. And what I would like to just clarify, if I may, the two alternatives that were submitted. Again, one is a fully backed, insured set of plans that we paid $45,000 for. It was stated several times at public meetings by the informal GM group, Mike Bruno included, that they were overly engineered and that they were, I heard the word trash, that they were unusable, and that they should never have been done because it was in Zone 5. At the time, SHN was working on those plans, and we were looking at this grant. I believe we had been awarded the grant. We were just trying to figure out if we should move forward. The new airport regulations were being discussed. The county came to the general manager and let us know, to let the board know that we had an opportunity to request the variances at that time. It's my understanding that John Ford, the building planner, or lead of the planning department, came and met with, I think, Jack, you were one of the board members, and Justin, the general manager at that time. You guys did a site inspection, and it was inferred that we would be grandfathered in and that we could go ahead and proceed with the project. Now, none of that was put into writing, but what was done was the advice from the general manager to the board was that we did not need to seek variances at that time. We should have. For that whole property. We're not just talking about zone, just a little, just a part of the property that we're discussing right now. So with that, okay, we missed our opportunity on those variances. However, it should have been done, and it should have been followed up with getting what John Ford stated in writing. So as far as those two alternative designs, It wasn't at the request of the board initially, because I was at that meeting. I requested that we put out the SHN plans to bid so that we could get a hard cost number of what it was going to be per square foot. It wasn't until you suggested that we put the two designs in one option again, and so the SHN in zone 5, the other option not. That muddied the waters as far as being able to pursue variances. We should have just gone in for it with the SHN and taken it from there. This is a public grant, and by law, it had to go out to bid. It went out to bid. SHN got the bid, and in fact, they were the only ones that responded. Baird Engineering didn't respond. The other engineering companies did not respond. Community members who were engineers did not put in a bid. It was SHN. That's what we got, and it had to go out that way. So I'm concerned that now we're talking about having somebody else do the engineering, or who's doing the engineering on this plan?
For the alternative,
Yes.
I would do the engineering.
Okay. So that hasn't been approved by the board yet. Again, you stated several times that they were over-engineered. I haven't seen any proof that they were over-engineered. And I'm concerned that we might be trying to cut costs on the engineering.
Can I address some of that? There's a lot there.
Yeah, please.
First question, yes, the small pad is outside of zone 5. Okay. Second question, let me point this out because it seems to have triggered a couple of people who really, if you want to say that over-engineering is a misnomer, I will apologize. There's unnecessary things. It's unnecessarily, in engineering terms, there's a couple engineering terms. One is best available technology, and one is fit to purpose. Okay? If you're going to put someone on the moon, you want best available technology. If you're building a concrete pad that has to bounce a ball, you just need fit to purpose. So you don't need all the extra bells and whistles. You don't need 200 feet of sidewalk. You don't need all the concrete extra in the parking lot. So if you can go, well, if your question is where are the cost savings, I'd like you to go to another slide there. Okay, but I don't want to necessarily take up too much time. All right. So let's not say over-engineer because that triggers people. Let's say there's unnecessary things on there that can be reduced and save substantial money. The footing design isn't changing. The pad design is not changing other than the overall size because we don't want something that size. Okay? So there was another cost. Keep going. The other direction. So if you really want to get, you can't read those anyway. So
can I ask this, Mike?
Go ahead.
Because it was stated several times at meetings that it was over-engineered, is there any part that in the SHN plans that you could point to that was over-engineered?
Well, okay, again, let me say unnecessary rather than over-engineered. The concrete work in the parking lot, which even Seth agrees is unnecessary, it's not over-engineered. It's engineered properly, but it's not necessary. The 200 feet of sidewalk are not over-engineered. And by the way, I never used the word trash. The 200 feet of sidewalk is not over-engineered. We just don't need 200 feet. We need 100 feet. The size of the pad, the footing, the thickness is not over-engineered. It's just too large. Okay? You start reducing all these things and you save a ton of money. That's it. And you don't have to go through a variance. A variance is important to get long term. But for this project, it's not necessary.
With that, part of what puts it into zone 5 is for the stormwater management and the swell in front of in the SHN, it has the swell in between the parking lot and the court. And the SHN plans has a full page that deals with the stormwater management. I've seen with your plan, it has it right up against the parking lot. So how are we dealing with that?
Okay, well, I can tell you, we have a drainage plan in progress here.
And what would that be?
Well, there's gonna still be swales on one side. Okay, the drainage on the parking lot side is gonna go down the sidewalk. Okay, you don't need to be 20 feet from the parking lot. By the way, I would sort of submit that the role of the board is not necessarily to micromanage design aspects. It's to give the general manager a budget and an objective and let him make the decisions on the design aspects. We're actually going to have a design meeting in January, and anybody who would like to listen in, because we've been going over each of these details, each of these aspects from a technical standpoint. Okay? And so there is an alternative drainage plan that also reduced costs. And that's not to say the drainage plan that was designed, there's anything wrong with it, but we're trying to move things out of the zone, we're trying to save space, and we're trying to save money. And we can go over these specific design details in another forum, but I can guarantee you that we will have a fit-for-purpose drainage plan
Okay, so we'll move.
ready to go.
Okay, so we'll
in
move forward.
January.
It's not my intent to micromanage, but we do have a set of plans that have been engineered and have the insurance backing those plans. Whereas what we're looking at now and what you guys are coming up with, we don't have that protection on those designs currently, nor was it directed by the board to move forward with another set of designs. So that's why I'm bringing this up. Moving down to the community's support and participation, community-based design and permitting. Number 3, you have community-based design and permitting and management group. Again, the management of this project has not been delegated to this informal group officially yet. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. And I don't even know, again, anyone who's going to be doing project management on this project, because it's a public agency, that can't just be done by volunteers. That needs to have insurance backing that up. And it may even need to go out to bid, because this is grant funded, and there's certain criteria that need to be met with that. Future maintenance fundraising event, number 4, supported by SCARF and the different associations. We still have to have those maintenance costs that could, without volunteer work, we have to have that reflected in the district budget, because while a nonprofit can help, it cannot be relied on for future care of district projects. Case in point is the playground, the children's playground. That took the community about 8 years to get that approved. And there was a lot of promises made by nonprofits at the time. And for several years, they fulfilled those promises as far as keeping it clean, doing the paying for the wood chips, which are $3,000 to $4,000. But over time, the lack of volunteerism and funds has slowly dried up, and now the district is left with those maintenance costs on the books. So while I'm
As someone who lives here,
Yeah.
I do appreciate that the district covers
Yes,
those
for
costs, 'cause
sure.
I think they're really
For sure.
necessary.
It just needed to be included initially.
I know, but
so-
RID is also responsible for providing
Exactly.
services to the community. So
Exactly. And so
I
that's what
just
I'm
wanna,
stating.
yeah, and I just want to, that is part of what you're supposed to do is provide services to the people that live here,
Exactly.
and that's just part of project.
And so that's why we have to, even though they're saying that they're going to take on that, we have to have that a part of our
I
budget.
know.
So that's all I'm
And that
saying.
makes sense, but
Yeah.
I'm just like, the way you're wording it, it implies that that we shouldn't be moving,
No, I'm
you know.
not saying we should
Okay.
move forward with it. I'm saying that it has to, I'm just saying that it has to be in our budget.
I get that, yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because right
And
here,
I think that's possible, right? You can-
it's being presented.
Okay, cool,
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
I'm just saying it's being presented as if that, we don't really have to pay attention to that.
I know,
And so
but these are just like small things that will be included. I
Okay,
mean,
if I could,
it's an already
Yeah.
services.
for sure.
Yeah.
And that's why it's gonna be, we have
Okay.
to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
I'm bringing clarification to that.
I know. And I just wanted to clarify too.
Now, in regards to the budget and funding of that, one thing that happened, and I think where there's been a lot of miscommunication, is that 281, the original 281,000 number that was given to the board years ago, which was 4 years ago, not 7 years ago. That 281,000 cost that was presented to the board at the time, according to the general manager at the time, did not include construction costs, or I'm sorry, labor costs. What never happened was that that number was never verified by the board, and even after the departure of the last general manager and the employee that helped him come up with that figure, that figure was never verified. That would have been the first step to, which is what this group was tasked with, was to look at the SHM plans and bring down the cost of the project. That would have been the first step, was to verify that 281,000. Now, using your $35 a square foot, we've done that. And I'm sorry if you think I'm getting into the weeds, but I'm bringing clarity as to how we're finding ourselves in this situation that we're finding ourselves in now. So just please bear with me. The SHM plans at $35 a square foot equals $279,300. That is including labor. So that original number that the board was given at the 281,000, they said it didn't include labor. It actually did include labor. But instead what happened is there was a knee-jerk reaction from the board, understandably, and the public. When the public heard, oh, that doesn't even include labor, the public was like, we can't do this. There was some pushback on that. There's also a knee-jerk reaction on the board's part in that they allocated even more funds to the project that they did not have. It wasn't in the budget at all, and it still continues to this day, is not in the budget. So I just wanted to clarify that. So, you know, you're right, we can't afford that 279 even with the current budget. So really, we should have just shrunk the project down, like you said, the SHM plans with the engineering as is, just shrunk it down into a more affordable size, and then moved forward at that point. Instead, we're looking at a whole nother design, and it's muddying in my opinion, it's muddying the waters here, and it's going to cost us more in the long run because you're adding more to the project that isn't a part of the grant. Moving, as far as the sidewalks, I'm not sure about the ADA compliance on shortening the sidewalks. That I could be wrong.
I'm certain about the ADA.
Okay, perfect.
Length doesn't matter.
Okay, good. Let's get down to the draft construction sequence and having it done in different phases. That actually is going to increase the cost by having it done in 3 different phases. It needs to go out to bid. The contractor that gets approved, they need to just get the project done in one sitting, not in different phases, because every time they have to bring all their tools and all of their people to the project. And then if we're doing it in phases, they're going to take all of the tools and their people away from the project. They're going to be coming back and forth. That adds to the cost of the project, rather than just getting it all done at once and moving forward. So I don't see how we're saving money that way.
When we're talking about phases, we're not talking about not building it all at once. It'll probably all get built at once. We're just phasing it out so we can control the cost as it gets built, right? So let's say the original grant was for a basketball and 2 pickleball courts.
And that's what the grant is.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I get that. So phase 1 is the basketball court and the 2 pickleball courts, which meets the grant, what the grant's for. The second pickleball court is probably going to get built at the same time, but we're putting it in 2 different phases because we want to track the cost as each part gets built, so that you know. So let's say the basketball footings and the get poured and the slab gets poured, and then we figure out, we have plenty of money to build the second phase. The second phase will start immediately. We're trying to protect you from having something not finished down there, right? You're only obligated to build a basketball court and 2 pickleball courts. That's phase 1. If the money's there to actually finish, if we don't have any overruns, that crew's just going to jump right onto the second pickleball badminton court. They're not leaving, they're not going anywhere. We're probably going to use a local contractor who lives right here in the cove. There's not a bunch of, it's form work, it's not a bunch of equipment going in and out. You're going to grade the whole area at one time. Probably going to dig all the excavation all at one time. So you're not like, these guys aren't leaving and coming back 3 months later to come to work, right? The decision will be made after the first court's built that there is the money to build the additional court that we were building as a better design idea and functionality for the community. That's all the phasing is for tracking costs.
Okay.
It's not saying next year we're going to build the next thing. It's just saying we're going to track the first court, make sure that you're within the budget on the first concrete pad, and then we'll move over to the second concrete pad. That's all we're saying.
Okay. So with that, we definitely, it's not in the budget for that second court, just so we're clear. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Right.
Okay, so moving forward to, these are just my concerns on where we're at with this. That second court isn't a part of the grant, which is what we're here dealing with today. The overall strategy. Okay, so maximize volunteer contributions. Again, this is a public project, and I'm not sure what you're referring to as far as volunteer contributions are. The other thing is obtain 3 bids for each major project component. This has to be an open bid where it just goes out. We don't have any control over how many bids we take in. We're gonna, well, this is part of grants. This is how you do that, run public agency grants.
What I'm saying is if we get 4, the fact that I say obtain at least 3 doesn't mean preclude getting 4.
Okay, it doesn't say at least, it says 3, so.
Mr. Bruno?
Expensive than the ones we already have.
Mr. Bruno, excuse me, do you guys mind if you come back up to the podium
Yes, please.
to respond?
I understand that we're trying to save money here, but we also have to treat it like a public agency grant and make sure that we're following the protocols properly. And that's what I'm concerned about.
I have managed multi-million-dollar state and city and federal grants. And this is how they can be done, okay? By the way, the grant language itself doesn't put all these terms and conditions and requirements. It's a 1.5-page grant. I encourage the board to read the grant, okay? Getting bids is a prudent practice. That's what we want to do for prudency. The grant does not say you have to go get 3 bids. The grant does not impose any of these requirements, but they're appropriate requirements to me. I have managed multi-million-dollar federal grants. I know how they work.
So so the requirement for a public agency to do a project over $5,000 is that it has to go out to bid.
Yes, okay.
Right.
But that's not a function of the grant. That's
Right,
you're
that's
a
a
public agency.
function of being a public agency.
Exactly. So
Right.
just because it it's not included in that grant doesn't mean that we don't operate that way.
Nobody's disputing
Okay.
going out for bids on
Okay.
things. I'm just saying it's not necessarily better to have one giant bid as opposed to component bids. I know that for a fact.
Well, yeah, I mean,
But
you're
it
not
would
allowed,
cost more.
you're not allowed by public contract code to do that, to break it down that way.
Can you speak a little louder to that, Wes?
So, yeah, I mean, I guess my concerns are more related to government code and public contract code. And I'm concerned that there are engineered plans and there's no agreement with the district for that engineering. So, I think, and hopefully this will address some of Tesh's concerns, if we had an agreement in place where if you are the engineer that's designing it, that you take that responsibility for failing to engineer those things and indemnifying the district for those changes to the engineering. And so let's say that we do have that stormwater pollution prevention system fail that you're putting in that, is just one issue that's being brought up, that you have the understanding that that's your responsibility to fix. And those costs.
Do you think you have an indemnification from SHN just for plans?
So what? Just for the plans.
You don't have a liability indemnification.
I'm not very excited by the SHN agreement for sure, but that was approved by an old board, and so
I'll be putting my license on the line.
I see that, and that's why that's part of the public contracting, right? So the contractors who we hold responsible for those sorts of things if they do it incorrectly. So. So I think that those things can be addressed through the contracting process.
That's a good contribution. I think we can address all of these things are doable and addressable as long as the attitude is, what do we do to make it work?
Right.
Not what do we do to slow things down?
Well, and I agree. And that said, I am a little bit concerned about your timeline because I'm not sure we can get a public project out to bid by Q2. But I mean, true. I'd love to be able to do that, right?
That's why I said goals.
Right, exactly. So, that's where my concerns lie is in getting that public bid project going out and making sure that we have an agreement with you as the engineer that's all taken care of and that's all above board for the government code and the public contract code requirements. And, some of that stuff, I have some questions for staff about that in terms of the bidding projects. Like, are we part of the Uniform Public Construction Contracting Accounting Commission, for example? That's a group that allows us to use different standards when we put out to public bid projects that are less than 200 grand. And it makes it an easier process for us. So if we're not involved in that, then maybe that's a program that we should evaluate and try and get involved with. Because otherwise we have to go through the same formal bid process that we do if it's a $10 million project, if it's just a $100 million project, or I'm sorry, a $100,000 project. So I think that some of those things are important and that we need to be considering when we move forward with this project. You're right that the grant is very short, but it does make reference to some procedural guides regarding how these projects need to be engineered and built. And so again, with your license, the expectation is that you do meet those requirements. And does using the SHN plans violate any of the intellectual property rights that maybe have been reserved by SHN? That's another concern I have, because I would not like SHN to come back and say, hey, these are our plans that you're using. Have we paid SHN? Do we have any other outstanding obligations to them under the contract? Okay. And do we own the plans, or are the rights still reserved by SHN?
I would say, I would have to look into that.
I think we bought them and we own them. They're ours.
Okay, great.
I think we would have to double check, right, Jack?
I do believe.
Yeah.
With our discussion with it.
Okay, great. Yeah, and I understand that a lot of that information's been lost because I was trying to get it last week. And so, we may need to go to SHN to make sure that that's all above board. But those are my concerns there. I mean, I think that it's the amount of work that you've all done has been, it's a tremendous amount of work, and I certainly appreciate it. And getting the project moved forward, saving money on some of the permits, I think is great. Again, assuming that they meet with the requirements of the grant.
Yeah, I would definitely like to clarification with SHN to see if we do own those outright and making sure that they aren't, we're not stepping on any toes if we are using their grants and modifying, or I mean their plans and modifying them. Because I know we, in the past, with certain plans, we've had issues with that in the past.
I'd like to point out that the Carlson Park plans are also out in the public domain. And so the design for the pad, let's be frank, 4 inches of concrete, 6 inches of aggregate. Everybody and their brother does that. Okay, there's nothing proprietary about that. If you want to call that a generic design, fine. If you want to call it, well, that was the detail, that was the proposal by SHM, that's fine.
Yeah.
Where it's a concrete pad.
Practically
Let's not
speaking, I couldn't agree with you more.
Proprietary complications for a concrete pad.
For clarity, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because in the past, when we paid for engineered plans, and it turned out to be not what was not being worked on, and an actual board-appointed committee was then looking at some plans and trying to salvage them. We were then contacted by the engineers at the time and was basically told to cease and desist on that because it was their property. So that's why I'm bringing that for clarification. Thank you. The other part of that is just to make sure. Where was it? This is the only time I can ask these questions, so I'm sorry if it seems like we're getting into the weeds here, but I need clarifications for this, so that's why I'm bringing this up now. Community events and maintenance plans.
One mic, please.
Oh, sorry. For community events and maintenance plans, organize tournaments, social events to serve the community and raise funds. That right there violates, from what I'm reading on what has been submitted to the county, what the county has okayed in the permitting process. They under airport land use on the ALUCP, the county reached out to the aviation director to get a definition of what is allowed in Zone 2, and he came back with very strict guidelines as to how these sports could actually be used, and it was definitely no group activity. Group recreation activity would be as follows: a collection of persons utilizing the facilities such as basketball, pickleball courts here in an organized fashion, i.e. a hypothetical Shelter Cove basketball league that promotes for new membership online, has set dates and times for games, that would be considered a recreation group activity that would not be allowed. So as far as being able to hold tournaments without going for variances, that first thing on community events and maintenance plan, that wouldn't be allowed under what has been accepted by the county thus far.
Tesha,
What?
we have people that walk on the runway. Like, is that what we're going to make? Like our whole, let's just assume we want to build this court.
We do want
to have people play and just leave it at that.
Because
I do understand. I know, I get what you're saying.
We're discussing they're presenting it as if we can do all of these things,
okay,
and there's restrictions. And
okay,
so I'm bringing that.
I get that, and so then we'll just exit out. We'll just exit out then. We can cross that out. No organized. It's just like, I'm just wondering what we're actually going to do today to like move this process
Well, this
forward.
is just a discussion today.
Okay.
So that's why we're discussing it.
That's too. Yes, can we have the public? Thank you.
Yes. In just a moment.
Yeah, but these are the people that are actually.
Okay, we need to go
So
over the order
are we
here.
canceling all cornhole tournaments on that Zone 2 that we currently have? Are we canceling horseshoe tournaments that we currently have?
We're heading in the wrong direction here. We need to have respectful dialogue here.
Okay, so So, okay, my last comment, well, we're getting there. My last comment then is that if we're going to be doing things by the book, we need to be pushing for variances that allow us to do the things that the community, that best help do the types of things that they want to be doing with this piece of property. And what I'm seeing, it does not allow us to do that without those variances. Now, I guess I'm done. And I mean, this is the only time we can discuss these in detail. So that's what, and it gets drawn out. And I apologize if you might think I'm being hostile. I feel like I'm being assertive because there's been, this is the only time we can ask these questions. And the devil is in the details.
So, Tesha, actually, I have a question about something that you had said earlier when you said that the labor costs are included. So the labor costs of the 100 of the amount that's being said here, the current available funding of 240 grand, that includes an estimated labor cost for the construction?
From their numbers, yes.
Okay.
What I was referring to was the very original quote of 281,000, at which most of the decisions being made by the board have been based on that 281,000.
Okay.
That was told to the board at the time that it did not include labor, but based on the $35 a square foot, it most certainly did.
Okay. So the numbers that we're looking at now do include labor.
Apparently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was under the impression that the 280,000 was including, for a large majority of that was our labor. Is that not right, Jack? We're going to use written employees to do
the original quotes that the board was given from the past general manager was that it came well underneath the budget, and that was under the stipulation that yes, staff would be taking care of the predominant efforts in the excavating, doing the footings and stuff. Unbeknownst to the board at that time, that was given to the board without input from from the construction supervisor at that time, who, when I addressed him, said that no, our current staffing could not do it. So unfortunately, it was misinformation from a past general manager.
That's what I remember.
Yes, unfortunately. Yeah,
if I'm remembering correctly.
It's got a long history. Unfortunately, the grant itself was never asked for by the board. The general manager at the time had no project for it. He saw the grant, went for the grant, was awarded the grant, and then tried to find a project to fit the grant.
Right.
Yes, that's when we were looking at all kinds of stuff as far as like a mountain bike court and all kinds of stuff. And then pickleball, basketball court is kind of what got settled on at that point.
Okay. So, I mean, I kind of like the direction we're heading with Mr. Bruno here. It's going to save the district some money. There are some concerns Tesha are bringing up. That is something we do need to take a look at, I believe. But I would like to move on to public comment if anyone doesn't have any objections. You have something to say?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
First, I think that I would have to say thank you, Tasha, because, being on this board isn't for tough decisions. It's making the right decisions. And we want to make sure that we go down the road. Everyone wants a pickleball court. We all know that. We also want a pool. My concern would be more that after this earthquake, I want to make sure that my critical infrastructure is taken care of. That being said, one of my first projects as a young project engineering for a large construction company in LA. I did the gymnasium, football stadium, locker rooms, men's locker rooms, aquatic center. This is not my first rodeo. So I have to say, I'm disappointed in this presentation because at the last meeting, I requested a full set of plans, a full budget. I didn't expect a PowerPoint presentation. I want to know costs, hard costs. You give me a number by the square footage. Is it a competitive bid? Is it prevailing wages? I don't know. I'm guessing. So to me, this is inadequate. We need to go on with it. And there's a number of discussions with Tesha getting hot under the collar or whatever and back. This is not adversarial. This is what's best for our community. So we all have to be rational, have a concise, complete plan, and then let's greenlight it. Let's get on with this. Now we can do public comment.
Move on to public comment. All right, public comment. We'll start with Trent.
With all due respect, I've never seen a board dive so deep into the weeds on a tiny project such as a slab. I mean, we're basically building a slab. We're putting in a slab. Anybody who's done any kind of construction project knows what's entailed in a slab. This is barely above a slab. And no disrespect to you, Tesha, if you don't understand construction project, you can't dive into the weeds and say, what about this, what about this, what about this? If somebody's doing a construction project and they hire an engineer and they have a coastal building permit and a permit, the act of having an engineering license is taking on a lot of the liability of the project, because if you engineer it wrong and God forbid the slab cracks and happens and he falls to their death at the bottom of the slab, the engineer gets sued because he engineered it wrong. So all this discussion about liability and all this discussion about all these things and maintenance is just too much. Like, if the community wants this, if the community doesn't want it, then we should just stop right here. I mean, it feels like the board's saying we don't want this and we're going to figure out every way humanly possible to stop this project moving forward. When the presentation was great, it was actually more thorough than I thought it even needed to be. When you say $35 a square foot, you're throwing out there as an average. This is what it could be. It's not a hard bid. And I agree 100% with what Mike was saying. Not to go back in time because it's frustrating, but I've had multiple conversations with Justin. Do not hire SHN for a slab. They're good for bridges. If you want to build a viaduct, a bridge, or a fucking 20-story skyscraper, hire them. If you're going to build a slab with a minor amount of grading, you don't hire a firm like that. And engineering is not proprietary. They're going to have no problem if you take their plans and cookie cutter them up and poach some of their stuff. They're not going to sue you. If they didn't design a bridge, it's like, yeah, if they build a bridge and stole their plans, they might be like, let's review this. But when it's a slab, they're not going to worry about a minor cut and moving 1,000 cubic yards of soil and doing some footings for a slab. That's not going to be a problem. If you want to really dive deep into zoning issues, the clubhouse is built in the B1 zone originally, and the density of B1 zoning per acre is 60 people have used at any point in time. Has there been a moment in time when there's been more than 60 people in the clubhouse in the last 20 years? So we can tear the clubhouse down, not board the windows up? Like, we can build the courts. We can say these are for use. If somebody decides to have a small event there, no one cares. No one's looking. No one cares. There's no. It happens every day at the clubhouse. It happens at the runway. It happens at the pickleball court. It happens in front of the approach zone of the airport. It happens nonstop. It happens everywhere in the Cove at all times. The goal is to get resources. The goal is not to nitpick it to the point where we can't even function. We can't do analysis paralysis. We can't analyze projects to the point we can't complete them. That's why we're 7 years into building a slab. And I've been critical at this board over the last 7 years of why is it taking us 7 years to get a coastal development permit and a building permit for basically a minor cut and a slab for a small use for some kids to play a few little sports. It should be so much simpler. If the board votes that we want to have a version of this plan, then we can they can reverse engineer and go, okay, now we're going to create a contract, we're going to hire you as the engineer because we decided. Just because we paid for a plan doesn't mean we got to use it. The RD board has proven they're willing to pay $200,000-$300,000 for plans and not use them. Hence the old clubhouse that $300,000 was spent and then just scrapped for no apparent reason. So the board has no problem spending money on plans and throwing them away. Not to go back in history, we should have never hired SHN to spend $40,000 or $50,000 for $5,000 or $10,000 worth of engineering work. The plans are junk because you don't. If you say, hey, firm that builds bridges, this is a government contract, show us what you can do. They're gonna go crazy. They're gonna put 405 feet of sidewalk in, and they're gonna charge you a lot of money. And I'm not saying all these things because I have a ton of engineers development experience. I've managed millions and millions and millions of dollars myself and completed the projects myself, not government projects, myself. I've done it. I know exactly everything he's saying is 110% correct because when I'm watching him, man, yes, wow, yes, because I've done these things much more complicated than slab. much more complicated. And we are overcomplicating something that's super simple. If we want it, the board figures out a way. If you're worried about a nuance of who got paid what or liability, and we can't figure it out, and we want the project to move forward, you can contact county council and say, hey, here's what we want. Here's our issue we may have, like a nuance with a liability or something. Variances, you don't need variances for a non-permittable project. So it's a horseshoe pit. That's non-permittable. That's just a pit. You don't need a variance for it. It's just a pit. You can say yes, it's here. No, it's not here. So there's a lot of ways you can manipulate. The way development goes is here are the rules, and then you work within the guidelines of the rules, or you bend them a little to fit what you want. That's how all projects work. Everybody bends the rules to a degree to fit the project, because the rules are a guideline to keep people safe. And their codes and regulations are just mostly for public safety, not to torture a person to death to try to build a project. And that's where people miss the boat. And then you do it this way, and then you bend the rules a little to fit your project. That's how every contractor in the world does every single project in the history of projects. They all do the same thing. They bend the rules slightly to fit. Everyone consensus goes, you know what? You're pretty much right. Okay, that works. It's within the rules. We're in there, but we're bending it a little to make it fit. If you're so rigid that you can't, we'll never get, if we're going to be this rigid, or we're going to analyze, well, who's going to sweep it in 15 years now? Or who's going to, is somebody going to trip? And was there organized game? Like, we're going to nitpick the project down to the point of where we're going to analyze everything, and we'll never even have a pickleball court or basketball court or any project ever. That's been an issue with the code. We approve something and we talk about it for 5 years and we cancel it. We approve something, we talk about it for 5 years and cancel it.
We're getting into your time here. We got to move on.
We're way past the 3 minutes, but I do appreciate that.
Yeah.
And, okay, one more minute, just one clarification. The 3-minute rule.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
The 3-minute rule that you guys took 5 minutes to move to 3. You did that arbitrarily because the county does that, right? That was the argument. The county has hundreds of people that want to speak. The RAD sometimes has 1 or 2 people. So to go from 5 to 3 for no apparent reason, just inherent another reason why are we doing things we don't need to do? How many people actually get up and speak for more than 2 or 3 minutes at ever? How many residents?
We have lots. We have lots.
Yeah, and then to address that, it wasn't done for no reason. It was because we were getting into the weeds with people on that. I do want to make a clarification to what you said as far as, I keep hearing this, it's just a concrete pad. It's not just a concrete pad, not in that location and the hydrology of that location. It's not. And this is a public funded project that we need to make sure is going to be minimal maintenance costs and a long-term project. So I'm sorry, this is not a privately funded project that you can just pour some concrete and call it done. Okay.
All right, let's go to the public. Oh, Jack.
More.
Well, if other people, I'm just one of the public, so.
No,
yeah, other people.
not mine. But, okay, we'll go to the public. Back in the corner there. Come on up. We have a lot of people. Let's try to keep it brief, please.
I will. Thank you. Pam Brenner. I joined this informal group of folks who have years of construction, engineering, and other experience. I myself have 20 years in project management experience. And my sense is the lack of respect for the hard work, the professionalism, and the due diligence that these people have done over the course of the year to save the RID money. It's a bit disrespectful to call out a lack of professionalism in a presentation. Thank you would be more appropriate. And I also think that we should give them credit for dealing with the county, taking this off the hands of your general manager and your staff and getting it from the horse's mouth. And I think you should trust that everything will be done above board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very well said.
Thank you, Pam. And I apologize if it seems that I'm being disrespectful with these questions, but like I said, this is the only time we can discuss the in-depth details. And this informal group was notified in September that the county was not, that we were going to need to go forward with SHN, that we would need to go forward with variances, it should have been brought back to the board for us to have those discussions over the last few months. Thank you.
All right, more for public comment. Nina?
So my name is Nina Jackson, and I am a member of the board on SCARF, the Shelter Cove Arts and Recreation Foundation. First of all, I want to say that I thought this was an excellent start for the vision of this project. I also think that the questions that came up are very pertinent and appropriate. But what I'm here to comment on mostly is that at SCARF, at no point in time has it ever come up on our agenda, ever, on SCARF, to talk about fundraising or maintenance for the pickleball court. So I appreciate in these plans that came up today that maybe the vision is to include SCARF, and we would be open to considering that. But at no point in time have we ever discussed fundraising or maintenance for pickleball.
Good to know. Thank you, Nina. Anybody else? Public comment? Mark?
Microphone on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm Mark Mitchell, president of Shelter Cove Arts and Recreation Foundation. I also want to comment on what Nina said. As a project, SCARF supports the pickleball courts. We have no problem with courts being built. We have not agreed under any of our meetings to take on maintenance or supplies or anything else for this organization. The money we bring together for ourselves, we have to use on our own projects. We raise money, for example, for the children's garden. People don't realize we have a lot of expenses. Every year we wind up buying all kinds of soil supplements. People don't see that. We have to raise our own money to pay for that. Same thing like with, I could go on with lots of things, but that's where our money goes. Even the nature trails, for example, the plant signs, you probably noticed over the years, they've gotten busted. I have 5 more new signs that I'm going to be putting up because people in the community broke them. SCARF didn't come and ask anybody for the money for those. We raised it. And that's basically what we do. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Mitchell, if I may, does SCARF have anything against doing those kinds of fundraisers or anything like that involving the pickleball courts or sports courts in the future?
I can't say yes or no at this point. We might be willing to help do a fundraiser if asked about it, but it would be a board decision. And frankly, right now, we've got enough of our own projects going on. Like Nina mentioned about the summer music and all that going on. We've got other projects that we're trying to work on that people have come and asked us about. And we basically need our money. And we do not get money. People do not hand us money. We are a nonprofit, 501c3 nonprofit. To be honest with you, I'm a little concerned about the next year with revenue coming in because of what's going on in the economy. Our banners, the banners are one of our main sources of income. And businesses are having a tough time. And we work with them if we need to help them remain even able to continue to sponsor that and help us sponsor the things we do. So I didn't mean to not answer your question. I'm just saying we've got a whole list of things that we're already moving forward on.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, Jack.
Yeah, turn this around. I'm just Jack. First off, I'd just like to thank Mike and Pam and Kurt and all the rest of your guys' group. Thank you for everything you guys have done. I know you guys basically came together with this after I was seated as general manager, and honestly, just a little background with the SHN and the whole bid thing. The project never went to bid. SHN never bidded on it. It was decided by Justin, the past general manager, to go with SHN as a combined project. He wanted to combine the projects and the costs for engineering the building right behind you and the then the sports court. So it never actually went out to bid. No bids were actually ever presented to the board. It was a decision by the general manager at that point. Those were the cards I was dealt as I came in general manager, and so we just moved forward with that SHN. And at that point, that's when I not having any building knowledge or contracting knowledge myself, and talking to our current contractor supervisor, and him telling me that they were not able to go forward with the project. That's when I made the decision to ask SHN to give us, basically do the full project, kind of give us a full bid for the entire project. And then as a general manager, I'd present it to the board to decide what to do with that going forward. At that point, the board was looking for cost alternatives. That's when we appealed to the knowledge in our community. And these people stepped up, and they have definitely done a great job. I commend everything you guys have done. I've seen you guys out there. I know I've met with you guys like at least once out there, but I've seen you out there several times on your own doing this, and I really appreciate it. I think the scope of what you guys have done is great. You're completely right. I don't think it needs to be an NBA-sized court, and that was probably my neglect and the board's neglect, not even thinking at that point when we asked for full-size basketball court. I as well was thinking high school, large size, not NBA size. I don't want to run an NBA court. Even a high school court is rough at times. And I think I thank you. I commend you with your idea of going forward with multiple courts. If the board remembers, that was also a point in the original design, was 2, even 3 courts. Whether we built it in one phase, a multi-step phase, however we were going to do it, that was, so that's basically the background and the history of it. I think you did great. I agree. I think the SHN stuff was really I shouldn't say engineered, but added too much stuff to it as well. I'm not an engineer. I don't know the requirements. And so that's kind of, as far as sitting in Chris's seat, that's kind of what I was going off of, okay, this is what they're telling us we need. That's why we appeal to you guys. So thank you again. And I do actually have some questions on the project itself, though. I see what you've got here laid out on the picture. This is a big elevation change from the street down to the last court. So logistically, are we talking, because I know there was spacing between the courts before to allow for the retaining walls and smaller retaining walls right here, and I'm sure this is, I'm hoping this is just kind of because how you could image it for here to give the idea. What are we looking at as far as that? Are we looking steps down, this mid-court, step down with the retaining wall, and kind of what are we looking like internally that?
That's a great question. Let me address that. So there is, if you go from, say, close to the road all the way down to, as you get to the end towards the runway, there's almost 4 feet of elevation change. Okay? So if you were to go with the original footprint of the original design, that would have been a heck of a lot of elevation change. But by the way, in context, this is like a 4% grade. Okay, so it's a lot, but it's not. 4% is not, not that big a deal. Contractors in this room deal with a lot more than 4% every day. So one of the reasons for splitting it up into 2 is because you don't have to grade as much. You don't have as much elevation change for individual pads. And the idea was to have a small step, maybe 12-inch step between one pad and the other pad, so that you're doing less excavation. You're actually bringing in less aggregate, because that was one of the biggest costs, was the trucking of the aggregate. And so that design change actually reduced the amount of aggregate that has to come out. And then individually, each pad has a smaller elevation change.
And so I hope, does that answer your question?
It does. Yeah. It just wasn't clear on here. I knew there would have to be a step to it, and this just didn't address that. So,
That's right.
yeah.
There's a step.
Okay, yeah, because the only thing that it talked about was the gravel partition between the horseshoe and the other court.
Yeah, and
so,
you know, there's a discussion, which is, you know, happy, because we're really at more of that detail stage. Well, you have a step, now you're paying for a little bit of a retaining wall. You really save that much over grading the whole thing without a step. And that's a fair enough engineering technical discussion to have. Not at the board level, I apologize, but amongst design engineers, and anybody who wants to participate, who wants to get involved in these design discussions, we have meetings all the time. I welcome them. You know, what's a little bit frustrating is people don't get involved the whole time. They're not aware of every single issue we've gone over, and then they start lobbing tomatoes and grenades at the 11th hour. So, anyway.
Hey, Mike, before you leave, I got a question for you. First, thank you very much for your hard work. I think it's outstanding on that side.
Disrespected.
I'm just saying, I think your work is good.
Just like on the board, as I said, it's a thankless job.
Well, but I'm gonna say I appreciate your hard work and your committee. My question is on the configuration of your plan, how come the main court is away from the road? Why, and is there any?
Well, that's the screwy thing, is that the exclusion zone is actually on the north. The original drawings and my backup drawing, actually, can you bring up that slide? So it is screwy. It's actually at maybe number 12. I'm sorry, one up from where you are right now. Right there. Okay, that red line, the zone that's excluded is actually above the line, not below the line. Okay. It has to do with the, I think it's actually safety helicopter flight paths. I think. Anyway, so that's why we had to slide it down, and you know, you don't have that much room, so that's why it also needed to be shrunk. But shrinking was not only to get out of the zone. Shrinking was because we don't need that big of a thing.
No, my question was more configuration.
Yeah, okay. That's why it got slid down.
Yes. Oh, actually, this just a comment more towards the board. As far as, you know, when we're talking about the legality of having tournaments and stuff like that, honestly, that shouldn't slow down or hinder the development of it. If it's something that you're wanting, that's something you can apply for a variance later. We can build it, and then, as you say, if we're going to need this variance in the future for future projects, I mean, we still want from what I understand, the community still wants a sports court, still want the pickleball courts, still want to use them as a public use area. So if you build them and can't immediately do tournaments right there, okay, but that's something you can plan for the future. That in the future, we hope to do tournaments here and then apply for your variance if you're wanting to keep it all legal and everything else. I know the board, you guys are legal, you can't, say, okay, we're going to go forward with something that really can't happen. But to say the same thing as Trent, I mean, we have overpopulation and events there consistently. And so, I mean, it's one of those things. There's things that aren't supposed to happen, then there's stuff that does happen because we are Shelter Cove, and who's really going to come down and say we're not going to do it.
Having a tournament later on is a discussion that can happen.
Exactly, that's something that can happen down the line. That shouldn't be a game killer on the actual project.
And to be clear, I'm not here to kill the project. I'm here to make sure that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot when it comes to seeking the variances. If you're saying we can move further down the line, seek those variants for this project, that could be an option. I would like to get that in some kind of formal writing.
I'm not saying for the project itself. I'm saying for being able to do stuff like that to hold the tournament. If there's no need for a variance for the project, but we may need a variance to hold the tournament,
and then
that's something that can be done later on down the line, especially if it's for the broader spectrum of the area.
And then with what you said about not going out to bid. I am confused about that because I did talk with office staff several times asking for clarification on the process of this. And I was told by the employee that was sitting in Jessica's seat multiple times that it did go out to bid and that SHN was the only one that responded.
As far as I know, it never went out to bid. It never. It was something that Justin chose. Justin chose the engineering firm. We actually had some fallback on an audit for a grant that we had previously. That same thing went through. It failed to go to bid. It was just selected by Justin, and we kind of got a ding on that. We were okay with it. That it was one of those things that the RAD was told, hey, you guys need to make sure you goes out to bid on these type of projects.
And okay, so maybe perhaps
because the fire department's project was held up. The fire department wanted to go with a different developer at that point and submit it separately so our project could go forward. But unfortunately, that project was held up by this.
But so it was supposed to happen. Okay, yeah, I'll be getting some more clarification on that as well because either I was it was misunderstood, but I was told several times that it had gone out to bid.
Judge, if I may speak on that point. So there are certain exceptions to particular, sorry, I speak too much of a lawyer, right, to that public contract code for certain professional services. And so that's something that I think county council could weigh in on whether or not this type of engineering project needs to be publicly bid in the future.
And I could be wrong. He could have gone out and not gotten anything competitive. I know there was not a whole lot of interest in the pad part when in the sports court. Nobody really cared about it. So SHN may have been the primary, but yeah, I do not believe it went out to bid. I shouldn't speak so explicitly and solidly, but I do not believe it went out to bid. I do believe he just selected and submitted.
I'm gonna say, Jack, I'm glad you're the chief battalion guy that's still on the board and give us some history lessons on, really what's happened. I mean, it really is filling in the blanks. So thank you.
I could also reach out to SHN and find out what happened with the bidding process. I also want to answer an earlier question about do we own the drawings. When we back a few months ago, we asked for the CAD version of these plans from SHN. They delivered them to us, but they also delivered a release of liability paperwork that I signed. So in that regard, anything we do to those plans is no longer SHN's liability. So that tells me that we do have those plans.
And Chris, as we spoke earlier, that since a lot of that file was purged by our last general manager, if you would be so kind as to reach out and find out what documentation we can retrieve, I think that would be helpful.
Julie, you're up next.
Hi, my name is Julie Peacock. I'm a local business owner here. I guess just sitting here and watching this whole discussion happen, I'm kind of disappointed watching the path that it goes. I'm not sure how it normally, I used to have to go to the Redway Community Service District meetings, and it was always really challenging to be in there because they had a board that was volunteers, and you guys are all doing, you're volunteering your time to do this. But I also wonder when it comes to what your jobs are, is your job, you had a lot of questions to ask today, but is this the time, or is it when it sounds like there's another meeting that's going to really go down all the details of this? And so I guess for me to sit and watch and hear all of this happening, especially as a business owner, and even how Mark said, the businesses are struggling, but we're struggling to even with the board right now to get a project like this done. And I know everybody came up and said, I know what it's like to go through, getting a building done, but I do know what it's like to go through the FAA and the Coastal Commission and to get the brewery done with the ABC and the TTV and all of these things. And so it makes me a little nervous. And so just watching everything happen. So I would just ask this new board to really think about being progressive and efficient, because for the amount of time that it's taking right now to put this through, just move it forward and use the other meetings to work out all the details, and then give a a way of showing our community that you like that it is a positive thing and you are going to make this happen. Like it does. Like you're not meaning to, Tasha, but it's really making it sound like there's so many roadblocks that are happening. So I just want to thank you for your time.
If I can respond, Julie, real quick.
Yeah.
Because of the Brown Act, this is our only time to communicate. We can't communicate amongst ourselves outside of the boardroom on topics.
And so, but don't you have subcommittees that you form for when you're talking about the projects?
Not yet. Well, that's later in the
And that's
meeting.
part of the
Right.
issue is that these discussions, and while you've invited people to attend your meetings, these have not been public meetings that we could really get into the weeds here. And I apologize if it feels that I am trying to block this project or make it go further, take more time. I'm looking out for the district in that I want to make sure that we are not losing our chances with the variances so that we can utilize that whole property down there for future recreation. And this is a part of this will be a part of the strategic plan. I know this is uncomfortable and I apologize for that. I really do.
Well, I think for me, when I was with like the Redway Community Service District, one of the things that happened was that the board members that were on that committee, and this is just my experience with it, they wanted to know as much as the professionals that they were hiring. And so that's where I always felt like the board's job was to absorb the information and then direct, the staff to do what needs to happen. And so then when the board is, I appreciate you wanting to learn every little piece of what the professionals are being hired to do, but it's also, it seems like it's too much.
Here's the thing is that we did hire professionals. We haven't hired this informal committee to do this. And so that's why I have more questions.
Yeah.
Is because with who we did hire, and with all due respect, they're good plans and they have the insurance to back it. But all of a sudden we're questioning that. And that's why, and we're being told other things. So that's why I'm questioning.
Well, thank you for your time. That's all I'm progressive and efficient. That's all I'm asking for.
Good job. I agree.
Okay, so Mr. Florentine. Please keep it brief, Mr. Florentine.
All right, still morning, that's good. A few things. I think I agree with the previous people here that said this got way outside of the scope. Briefly, we are talking about 8,000 square feet for the SHN plan. The volunteers plan is 7,200 square feet. And what that means, it provides extra facilities with an extra pickleball court while they can play different games at the same time. So actually, what I saw, there is an opposition from some of the board members against or stalling the progress. This is what I got. Maybe you didn't explain yourself, especially with Tasha. You didn't explain yourself very well to the people here. And it's SHN plan. Okay, let's move beyond that. SHN plan, it's a lot bigger plan, 8,000 square feet versus 7,200 square feet. Let's move beyond that. Let's think logically here, and also what can be done using some volunteers' time and some of the engineer times from READ. Now, talking about the volunteers. Tesha, you said that in September, the volunteer people start working on a few things. You actually were part of that group from the beginning. Yes, we volunteered to be part, to do something because this project was going nowhere. I mean, absolutely nowhere. Reed had absolutely no intention to do anything to move it forward. This is how we stepped in. And you asked us to be part of the group. And we said, yes, you also participated in some of those meetings. I have here an email that you sent on July 31st. It says this. Now, on a personal note, I sincerely apologize for stating that I'm not for this project. But this is not the first time you are against this project. My biggest concern with this project has been the lack of transparency. So at that time, we had a problem with the transparency of the group, which has led to questioning of the integrity of the project. Sounds familiar to me, it's the same thing right now. I recognize that I was under the last GM and not the reflection nor the intent of Chris and this current informal committee. I greatly appreciate this. I am 100% for this project. It will benefit the health of the community, as you all have been saying, and by bringing this project to completion in timely manner, without cutting corners on quality, would bring a positive view of the district of future infrastructure grant applications that are needed for larger projects. Well said. So let's put this variance aside. Let's move on with the sport courts because it's outside of the variance that we need for zone 5. You guys can have another, or Reed can have another action item to ask for the variance from zone 5. So, I think I covered everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Florentine.
One more. We volunteer. Nobody is paid. We volunteer. We can step on the side and let Reed do it on its own. The rest, if you like that. We just wanted to help the community. Don't have any hidden agenda that some people may perceive. So I want to have to be clear. We can step aside if you like. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Florentine.
would like to comment to that.
Sure.
In regards to, I attended one meeting of the GM informal working group. That was after they had several meetings without it being open to the public, and I wanted to see what was going on behind the scenes and to see where they were at because they were tasked to bring down the cost of the SHN plans. At that meeting, it became clear to me that it was, they had been working on 5 different plant designs, and it really, and there were a few things that were said in that meeting that kind of gave me red flags. One of it is that, this idea that, who's going to care? It's just a concrete pad, and just cutting corners in that sense. And so I just want to make sure that that the district isn't operating at that level. But yeah, I stand by what in that email. I am 100% for this project and getting it completed. I just want to make sure that we're not cutting corners in important areas, and that if there is rules that we're supposed to be abiding by with it going out to bid and such, that we're doing so. That's, and I apologize if my these questions seem to be nitpicking, but again, it's the only time that we can discuss it like this. So, but thank you again for all of your work, because we're all on the same page that it's going to get done.
Okay.
Any more public comment?
Any more public comment?
Harlan.
No.
You're not going to be down.
I'm going to the restroom.
Okay, so again, I'm going to state what I've always stated. With the placement of the pickleball courts and sport court, that it doesn't need the 2 acres of it. I would really like to see the property line adjustment on that just to fit. You're deeding the property over to it, just change the property line and keep all the rest of the property in RID hands. That's all.
God, under 2 minutes. That's amazing. Anyone else? Seth Blank, please.
Oh, I would like the board just to move forward with the engineered set of plans, reduce them to the NBA size, and then reduce the area around them from 10 foot to 8 foot and move the project forward. This will result in a overall size of about 6,600 square feet, and which comes within the budget of what was given. As far as the committee's mandate to bring the cost down, their price at 35 a square foot takes what was a $281,000 court and brings it down to $279,000. That is not a big drop. They reduced the size of the main court, but then added another court, which just adds a square foot back. I don't think this is in the best interest of RID or the shelter community at large. It's taking advantage of the first number that was given, at which RID put more money in. I think we need to go back, unallocate that money that we don't have in the budget, and work with the budget that we originally had and find out what we can build. And it's going to be one court that's going to be that's high school size. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Come on, Mike.
Just one comment of clarification. The number that we came up with includes monies already spent and includes engineering. And that 280, really, for some background, one thing that shocked the board and slowed the board down was that you had 280,000 to build a court, but did not include the additional $110,000 proposal from SHN for permitting, for oversight, for management. So that's why it actually had blew up to 400,000. And that's when people said, whoa, that's when the community said that 400,000 for a court. So when you're referring to that 280 going down to 279, no, we managed to make incredible savings on the engineering side, on the permitting side. We've already saved $40,000 in permitting, all right? And that was not included in the 280. None of that permitting, none of that engineering oversight, none of that management was included in the 280. So our 250 that we're at now includes the monies already spent.
Thank you, Mike.
Sure.
Okay, I believe we are done on this topic. I do have one thing I'd like to say about this matter. I would like to see this project moving forward as quickly as possible to possibly save us some money in the future. I would like to see if we could put something as an action item for next month with proposals, something we can get the board to start the approval process on. And let's get this project rolling. We also should check with legal to make sure there are no issues moving forward as well with this project being a public use area. So that's about all I got. I want to thank everybody for their time and effort into this project. The community really wants this to be done. So we're going to get it done one way or another. We're going to get it done. Okay?
For clarity, is that action item going to be including determining on whether or not we're going to be moving forward with the SHN plans and shrinking
The action item is going to be everything. We're going to decide what we're going to do moving forward next month.
And Chris, if you're gonna notify legal, could you also include so I have more clarification as far as the competitive bidding process and the labor costs as far as having it to be up to those standards? Yeah.
As well as an agreement, Chris, with the engineers.
Yeah. All those topics that we touched on, all that information should be given to the board so we can make some type of determination to move forward. Give Mr. Bruno and his team the tools they need to move forward and just get this thing done. Just get it done. I'd also like to look at the financial part of it. I'd love to get out of it with just, our portion that we agreed on originally, which is 20 more thousand. And if we could do that, I'd be a happy man personally. So that's what I'd like to see next month, if it's possible. But let's move forward as quickly as we can. Anybody else? No?
Just one last quick comment, because I know I didn't address your comments, Jeff. Did I understand? I know you were asking for details on the budget, and I didn't feel, and we have those details. We have the breakdown of how we got to the $35. But I didn't think it was appropriate to put what contractors
had bid into the public documents yet.
I just want to see it, just so you know, and I still want to see it. I just want to see the overall. I want to know specific line item, what's being bid on, not
Yeah.
this ambiguous whatever. So if you
That's
could,
why I summarized it into a cost per foot.
yeah, I would prefer to
Because I didn't want to,
see it.
in the website that, this is what they bid on these different things, because we're going to go out to more formal bids later on.
So if you could provide that information, I'd love to see it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with your discretion on it.
Yes, absolutely. Anyway, moving forward. Board members, staff reports. So board member, we got some new board members. I don't think we have a whole lot to report other than welcome. So I haven't done much other than the agenda meeting with Chris, and I've been real active with CERT lately. But Tasha, you got anything?
No. Oh, I do have the figures, unless you wanted to do that. Did you want to do that?
I didn't write them down.
Okay. Just for the search. Hold on, 1 second. Yes. Sorry, I get too much. Oh, no. I had them. Hold on 1 second. They were just given to me. My board report for what was done this month will be presented at the January meeting. I think we're going to start getting some board report forms in our board packets so that it's uniformed in the board packet. We don't have those today, but
So it'll be
the month before,
from
just
the
like
previous month,
exactly like the
what
general
our-
manager's
right.
report is.
Okay.
Doing it more that way. And you know what? I wrote that down and I cannot find it in my public. I'm sorry. I know you gave me those figures.
Oh,
and I can't
I just
find
remembered
them.
934.3 hours total
Year to date.
for year to date. Yeah, for CERT hours. We have a wonderful CERT community, and we put in a lot of time. So those are great numbers to report.
And congratulations on being named a new CERT leader.
Yeah. My arm was behind my back, but anyway. So is that all you got, Tasha?
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff?
I did some webinars as far as in ethics. I was fortunate enough to be included with Julie Peacock and CME on some of their ideas for the tourism and trying to bring in and with Mike Bruno there as well. It was some good ideas. It's nice to see how much involvement the community's coming.
Right.
So that's about it.
All right. Tristan, you got anything for a board report?
No, not
No?
today.
Okay,
Thank you,
not
though.
today. All right. So, Chris, I will pass this to you.
All right, well, so staff report for the month of November, we typically recap the previous month and what we all did. For me, I worked on the project completion report for the grant-funded Lot W well site improvements project, submitted it to the county grant administrator for review, and I'll have better news to report, or good news to report next month. We got some lab results back, and we actually have some additional funding available from the county. Attended a Teams meeting with the Technical Assistance Organization to begin the process to seek potential grant funding to replace the water treatment plant and 4 steel water storage tanks. So they're going to be actually coming out in January, their representatives, and tour the site. And what they will do is basically help us get documentation that we can use for grant funding. That we can use to apply for grants. So especially after the earthquake, the damage we saw was mainly confined to this older infrastructure we have out there. So we really need to replace that soon. Worked on the Parks and Recreation Department strategic plan, attended online training courses for water certification renewal, contact hours, met with board and staff and community members. And in November, we had storm damage, atmospheric rivers, bomb cyclones, whatever you want to call them. High winds and heavy rainfall resulted in impacted power lines throughout the cove. And since then, we've had more, and we'll probably have more this weekend, so everyone be ready.
Hey, Chris, just so I can bring it up to the board, and because it was really a board decision prior to this, that we keep our superintendents here at this meeting, and you and I have discussed it. So so that the board is aware of my position on this, is that as soon as maybe you do your report or we do it sooner, because we've already had a lengthy discussion about a pickleball court and a sports court. And not to bore these two gentlemen, but if we could hear their report, and then if we have any questions, we can address them. If further questions arise after they leave, we can address you to find those answers out for us. And let these two gentlemen that are making some valuable resources of ours do their job. So that's kind of my position. I know it was a board's thing because of the last general manager and it wasn't as transparent, but as a project manager of past, I'm just seeing money sitting at a table. So
Also, if you have any questions on future action items on this board, in this meeting, you can ask them now. They can get out of here.
Please, I would appreciate that. So thank you, Chris.
Well, the reason we kept them around was because there are always an action item, like down here, number 8, will involve Frank. So we'd always enjoyed having them here so we could get their input as well. I like to hear it from the people who actually do the work as opposed to, the guy in the office directing traffic. So that's just me personally.
And I don't believe we can discuss that action item stuff until we get to it.
Until we get to it, correct.
Yeah.
Chris, I've got a question for you. You mentioned here that you had a Teams meeting with the technical assistance organization. What organization was that?
They're called Moonshot Missions. They were recommended to us, I think, by EPA. It's EPA, right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Jessica?
Administration department. Most primarily, the biggest project that we've been working on is trying to move forward with the year-end closeouts and the audit. And it is taking a lot of time. I can only work at the pace that the accountants work at, unfortunately. And I'm also digging into there, so it's a little more challenging for me. But I reply as fast as possible, and so I just want you guys to be aware of that, even though it's taking a long time, it's a little bit more on the accountant end, no matter how much.
What year are we working on for the audit?
We are still on 21-22. They did tell me that once that year is complete, all the other years will go way, way, way faster, because it is new accounts as well, and they have to familiarize themselves with our district.
We have to pay them to learn.
Yeah. But we did have a agreed amount.
Okay, good.
So we've done online meetings with them and research. Also, after the year-end closeouts are done, we're going to the auditor next, and so I've been working on some background information. It's a very comprehensive what they're requesting. So I've been working on that list as well. They will not begin work until year-end closeouts are complete. Besides anything related to accounting, I have attended the Board of Supervisors meeting via Zoom to see who was going to be appointed to our Board of Directors, and that was West Bonheim. I renewed our annual encroachment permit, and I also have reached out to the FAA and DOT contacts to try to find any funding that our airport was qualified for, because we had an inspection this past summer that identified some areas that need work. And so trying to find funding for that. It's really difficult. So far I've just been pinballed around between those organizations and nobody's really been able to help me yet. I reported verbally last month, but for the record, I put on here the reorganization of the community center and kitchen with the deep clean pro bono provided by Mermaid Coastal Cleaning. And then other than that, it's just been regular old activities.
Awesome.
Next. The major things that we did last month, we pulled the spears out of our ponds, we could drain it, we've already done and rebuilt. We did have some issues with the earthquake, few more cracks and holes in our set pond, so come summertime when we drain it again, we'll have to patch the holes in the set pond. Trying to figure out what right now. We did some heterochromium water tests for the state. The labs that we're doing got overrun because everybody else in the state needed to do them, so we had to send them out again this last Tuesday before went back in. I think we get to with that. We did a little bit of secondary diversion pipe work clearance. The secondary diversion is the pipe that runs from the water plant all the way down to basically the parking lot of Black Sands Beach for the people that don't know on board right now. That was used back in the past for pulling water from downstream in the summertime before we had all these wells and stuff. We're still trying to keep the pipe work there, so if we have any other future projects that we can keep it there and not have it damaged by the storms and runoff, so we just lifted up the pipe and got out of the water before this last rain. We had some issues on top with water. We had to flush a line. We were getting a little bit of brown water sediment somewhere in our pipes. So we had to flush all of our lines from basically the bottom of the top to the mid spot where it goes up the hill. And down on Blue Ridge, we had to clear out some of our water, so we spent probably about a day and a half doing that, taking care of. We are gearbox, our clarifier is all rebuilt and fixed, so that's all working now. It's all filled up and running. We have a ocean plant sampling project that we had to take care of every year we do for the state, so that was taken care of. We sent the labs and that right now. We sent Travis also to Sacramento for a cross connection class that's going to help us in the future. It's a required thing. The state's pushing, so we'll be looking at that in the future and putting that over rules and regulations. I also went to a CWA electrical class just in McKinleyville. For you guys that haven't been to McKinleyville, back to the park stuff, maybe go take a look at their park up there. It's really nice. But we also had, that's not in here because this next month stuff is all the earthquake damage that we had to deal with. So for everybody that doesn't know what happened, with our pipes out there, we have all of our older water tanks, 4 of them, 3 out of the 4. The elbows all cracked and we're spraying water. And we had to replace all the elbows and all those. We're working still on a water main. We're trying to find a leak on our system on Bud, which is off of in the zoo. Trying to get that taken care of right now. It's about a 6-gallon a minute leak, so it's pretty extensively for a small tank, so we're trying to get that taken care of. And we started to find some stuff with our videoing, as you guys have seen out here, that may have been caused by the earthquake in our sewer system, so that's why they're out there videoing the roads. Watch out for those guys, and that's all I have on my stuff right now. If you have any questions.
Hey Frank, what is the cross connection control class?
It's for takes care of the water system for backflow prevention type stuff. Say if somebody has a bucket of water in their driveway full, who knows what, and we get a water main break. We're working on. So if we get a water break, it'll suck out that water, right? So this system. I'm trying to think of a better way of. So if you have an aquarium and you're draining your water tank, you get that suction, right? So the water's going out in an air hole, and we don't want that stuff to go into our water system. So people that don't have backflow prevention devices, we're trying to get them into the system. So the cross connection is just basically something that keeps us in the public safe from their water system.
Gotcha. So it's just for prevention of decontamination. Is that going to be instituted throughout the system, or is it already?
That is something that we have to sit down and work on after Travis wins the class. So Chris,
Okay.
I, and Travis will sit down and go over that. The board member that's on that next upcoming item is on that.
Okay, great.
Crew that you can sit down with us.
Thanks.
So I know next month we'll talk about the earthquake stuff, but you said there were some water main breaks at the elbows. We had enough stockpile to make those repairs.
Correct.
Do we still have more stockpile?
We have some of it. We're getting ready to order the stuff that we used.
Okay. All right.
And that's because those older water tanks still aren't earthquake proof, so they actually moved in their earthquake.
So we kind of have to anticipate that that's going to happen again.
Correct, until we get those new or the older tank size.
Right. So we're going to order plenty. We have
We're going to get a couple extra. Yeah.
Okay. Good.
But the problem with those also is when those tanks bounced and moved, we pulled those joints off and they moved like 6 inches themselves. So we had to work with it. The tanks kind of turned sideways.
Okay.
And Alfred using wedges to get his section fixed.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're stockpiled. We're going to be resupplied. We're ready to go. Because it's not if it's wind, so it's going to hit, and I don't want to see us run out of water.
A 9.0 hits us will be ready.
Do we have a maintenance schedule? I mean, I know there's 6 left?
I'm sorry.
Six older tanks left. Do we have a schedule to replace those tanks?
There's
4?
of them, and we're looking for grant money.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like $1 million a piece.
Yeah, but still grant funding.
Yeah.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
Alright, so last month we had a scheduled outage on Whale Point to change the pole. We set up a new switch pole to generator yard. Put the switch on at a later date. We had a service disconnect for a panel change. There was an outage on the tie line due to the slide. There was a tree on the line, so we went and cleared that, and then by the time we got back, PG&E was out again, and it was on their side, so those 2 total outages combined, 589 gallons of fuel used. The tree, during the storm, tree fell on the line on Fir Court. There was a broken pole on Parsons, and then we had an outage in the zoo during the storm for a bad transformer. Zoo power lines down, don't go in.
Call Jack.
Yeah.
No, call 911. Don't call Jack. Yeah.
So, sorry, just one question. So when we use fuel for power outages that are on the PG&E side, do we get reimbursed for that fuel at all, or is there anything? Okay.
So they're just using it.
Right. That's kind of what I figured, but I just, okay.
Well, we do save on not paying for the electricity for PG&E. This is some, maybe it balances out.
Depending on what kilowatt hour versus 5 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. Hello, I'm Jack Hargrave. I'm said Battalion Chief, Shelter Cove Fire, sitting in for Chief Pape, who actually ran away to go get married. So yeah, he will be back here shortly, I believe tomorrow. But yeah, so you get me this month. Our November began with the return of our typical fall weather patterns. We received some storms with increasing precipitation and wind. This culminated with an atmospheric river combined with a bomb cyclone event. Shelter Cove Fire, along with crews from Trolley Fire, Telegraph Fire, Bryson Fire, and Redway Fire, were tasked by Cal OES to pre-position for rapid response to any major needs within the southern Humboldt area during this expected extreme winter event. During the 72-hour pre-position, our crews remained at the station ready for response to any incidents. In our district, the storm brought down several trees along with a few power lines, which were swiftly handled by Shelter Cove Fire and RID crews. When not responding to the many calls for service, the crews utilized the time and opportunity to complete several projects around the station, as well as to train in swiftwater rescue techniques and chainsaw operations. This month, Chief Pape and myself attended the State Fire Marshal's training, Company Officer 2C, Fire Inspections and Investigations. This is a 40-hour week-long class hosted by Humboldt Bay Fire in Eureka. Company Officer is the first certification in the California Officer Professional Certification Series. The Company Officer certification utilizes NFPA 1021, Standard for Fire Officer Professional Qualifications, and NFPA 1051, Standard for Wildland Firefighter Professional Qualifications, to provide the qualifications for state fire trainings, company officer certification. The primary purpose and overarching goal of the California State Fire Training certification programs are to set minimum performance standards, thereby ensuring the highest levels of competence and proficiency among firefighting professionals. As well, on November 1st, the annual state burn ban was released. Burning is now permitted, given it is a burn day and you have a current North Coast AQMD, North Coast Air Quality Management District burn permit. You can call for the burn day status. It's 866 burn day. It is on the website. It's on the fire department site. You can get burn permits through the NC AQMD website. And you can also get applications at the station if you're not available to go online. Shelter Cove Fire is committed to safeguarding our community and preparing for the future, and we appreciate the continued support from our residents. We did have 21 911 incidents in November, resulting in 103 response hours and 282 hours of training. And I did include several things in here for the new board members that were included in last month's chief officer's report. I just want to keep you guys up to date on the projects that the Shelter Cove Fire is involved in, as well, including all the grants, as well as the current condition of our fleet. So, which is, I should say, is all in working order, save for one quad that we've had to pull out of service due to an engine. We do have a secondary quad that is something that Shelter Cove Fire will be trying to do, is replace that quad at some point when we do a beach rescue, anything down the beach. We do like to have redundancies. We do have our side-by-side for patient transport, but it's always ideal to have the two quads out there for just for safety's sake, for backup. What was that?
More nimble.
Yeah, much more nimble, able to get into other areas, and yeah, they can definitely help out in training. This last time, rather than going ocean rescue, we determined our beach access down Black Sands Beach, and we did end up getting our side-by-side stuck, which is kind of part of our goal in that mission, was to test some of the new equipment that we had got to try and get it unstuck. Which we did successfully, but that is part of our mission, is having that redundant equipment to help us out on there. There's any questions?
I do.
Yes, sir.
So on the defensible spending, they did a great job at my place. Impressive, but apparently there were some issues with budgeting or funding or something, and they left half day and left just a tremendous amount of sash. So when is that going to restart?
The Defendable Space grants, I believe, are still ongoing. That's not really, that is all managed by the Trees Foundation. Basically, Shelter Cove Fire acquired the grant, and then they were contracted to manage the grant. And so all clearing and such as that is being handled by the Trees Foundation. So yeah, you would have to get a hold of the Trees Foundation and kind of see where we're at. Unfortunately, people are calling us all the time, and we talked with Tanner. He's the fire chief at Telegraph Ridge. But yeah, we're not in consistent communication with where they're at with the project. So
I think that's good, actually.
Just one quick. I also received some community members concern about how the clearing was being done, so we did refer them to the Trees Foundation, so that's good. And I know you'll be addressing this at the next meeting for the month of December, but I really want to give a shout out to the fire department for how they handled the structure fire on Parkview Avenue. And the fact that we had, I don't know how many personnel on site, on scene, including other departments out of the area, and not one firefighter was injured in that. And that is a really testament to the training that Nick has done with the fire crews. And that's our tax money hard at work. And I just really want to say good job, especially with Nick not being there. You guys did amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And actually, there was a lot of, obviously we had the structure fire, then we had the earthquake and reported tsunami after that. And so actually, I in my several interviews that I had in that time, I did try and thank everybody. Unfortunately, that was all cut off. So I would like to take this time to thank Bryceland Fire, who did come out to help us with the structure fire. Whitethorn Fire came out as well. We did ask for assistance from Whale Gulch Fire, but they were unable to staff an engine. And Cal Fire 1271 from Garberville came out, and they worked with us all night. They were very, very valuable. CERT, obviously, CERT came in and had food and everything else ready. Delgado Pizza made us a dozen pizzas. And so I was kind of slowly breaking off crews and sending them back to the station to get rehabbed and get fed and everything. So yeah, everybody's efforts was greatly appreciated. Not to mention that after we were there for 9 hours, we got about 4 hours of sleep, maybe 5 hours of break until we had the earthquake. We all had to rile up and do it again. And 1271 again came out here to help us out and do assessments. Bryceland Fire was willing to come on out and help after they were done with their district. And we weren't sure about the water system at that point. There were some questions with the breaks, and so they were set to send out a couple water tenders in case we did have another fire breakout and there was an issue with our water system we couldn't supply for fire protection. So that was quickly determined to be a non-issue, and so we were able to release them. So, and again, CERT came out and did the full evacuation center and everything else. So, but yeah, I'm sure there'll be a full report on that next month, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank all those people. Since, again, I tried with the media, but they decided to edit it, all those. Thanks for time. So.
Good job.
Thank you. Good job.
Yeah, Saj did a great job.
and please let TC know, because I think he was incident command or something
He
during
was
that
the
fire.
IC for both
Please let him
incidents,
know
yes.
that what we've said today.
Absolutely. Thank you. I'll pass it along to him and the crew.
Thank you.
Yes, Arlen.
Yes, sir.
The human remains. Did you?
Yes, that actually was kind of a funny call. As you know, we do have training dummies that we use. And in the past, our old dummy has lost parts. So during ocean rescue trainings and such. So yes, it turned out to just be one of the parts from our old training dummy. It was a foot remaining from our old dummy. So anybody who's out there, we are still missing a foot, a leg section, a tip bib leg section, and one hand. I can't tell you which hand. I believe it's a left foot that we are still missing. So yeah, you don't be afraid to investigate. If you see something, a toe sticking out of the sand, it may not appear what it is. That was Rescue Randy. So yeah, that was Rescue Randy. Yes, we have since replaced Rescue Randy, and we have a full, complete appendage rescue dummy now. So yeah.
So if I may say, the day of the earthquake, I came down and helped CERT, and when I went home, I sat down in my chair. I was like, oh God, I'm tired. My phone rings, and it was my homeowner's insurance asking me if I was displaced. Is there anything you need? I know I fell out of my chair. Wow. That's why I'm sharing this with you guys. So I have AAA insurance, and they were on it. You know, we will call and find you a hotel room. I'm like, no, my house initially seems to be okay. And they said, okay, well, if you want to start a claim, we can do it over the phone right now. We know you're very busy in these trying times. And I was shocked, just shocked. So just to share that with the community.
I was checking my message. I have AAA too. They called me.
You got earthquake insurance.
No. I do. There you go. You pay the extra premium.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anyway, so is that it? We done? Is that everybody? Anybody have any questions? The board have any questions? Anybody? No? Okay. Public comment on anything you just heard up here? No? All right, we're going to move on to action items.
I do have one comment.
Come on up, Kurt.
Make him walk.
This is about the water tank. Is it too costly to retrofit those for seismic rather than constantly, every time there's an earthquake, having to fix leaks?
It's, if you retrofit them, it's gotta be, they've gotta do a whole foundation on them. They've gotta change all the paint, they've gotta weld everything. The roofs are all down on all the other tanks that are still out there, so it's, they can retrofit them. The cost, I don't know that last go around, it was cheaper to replace tanks than to retrofit the old ones with the paint. They're all sand base on them, so there was no concrete on any of the old tanks.
Oh, the bases was sand?
It's just all sand, including the big Williams Gallon one. I was kind of surprised when they tore it down, it was just sand. But there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. If they retrofit it, they have to take the paint down and they have to do all lead testing and all that fun stuff. So the last time they went with replacing the tanks.
Comparing the costs is,
yeah.
With
And
fixing isn't.
Yeah, if you look at the old, or excuse me, the new tanks, plus 6 years old. The new tanks are taller, and that's so they'd have to raise them also to worry about the slosh effect from the.
So have you ever thought about just drawing holes and pouring piers instead of putting in a slab and then just bolting the tank to the piers?
Yes, for the engineers, unfortunately. If we get money from them, we have to go through.
That's good.
Yeah.
Just rebar cages, concrete, sonotubes.
Yeah, but again, these things are 6 years old and
Yeah.
kind of thin.
Okay.
They're all elephant footage right now.
All right.
Thanks, Kurt. All right, so we are moving on to action items. Oh, Autumn.
I gotta go. I just wanted to commend Mr. West, actually, watching our new board members and our more seasoned board member up there today, sir, to be the rookie. You have conducted yourself very well today. Thank you. So, thank you, sir. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Autumn. All right, action item number 1. Consider 2024 Shelter Cove Volunteer of the Year. Now, there's a little bit of a backstory with this one. In the past, the board just kind of throws together some names and some ideas of people who have volunteered above and beyond for the community. Me and Tesha had talked about it, and we're considering next year we're going to go with more of a community-based suggestion, because there are other people who volunteer that we're not aware of. So we could get the whole community involved with giving us information before we decide who we're going to have for Volunteer of the Year moving forward, but that'll be next year. So this year, it's basically whomever, we hash it out and we talk about it. But when I brought this up with Chris to put on the agenda, I had 2 people in mind. Tim and Jan Evans are now moved on the next phase of their lives. But, the 2 of them combined, Tim, every time there was a phone call for the fire department, he was the first one zooming around the corner in front of my house, heading up here for fire calls. And as you know, Jan was our president for a year. I think she did 2 years on the board, and was just incredibly helpful to our administrative staff and the board. Her input was incredible. So personally, I would like the board to consider Tim and Jan Evans for Volunteer of the Year. We could do a resolution and mail it to them for their input. But, I'd like to hear other suggestions from the rest of the board as well of what their thoughts would be.
Not to mention her cert.
Oh, and her cert too, yeah, she was, I'm sure I'm leaving something out. They were volunteering everywhere. That's what they did all the time they were here.
I think before I have a comment, I'd like to hear from the community.
Well, I hear from the board first. Yeah. Desha, what do you got?
Of course, open to, when we go out to public comment, if the community has anybody else to add to be considered, we can consider that.
Absolutely.
I agree with you, Tim and Janet Evans. They weren't in the community for very long, but for the amount of time that they had been in the community, they have left a lasting impact in a good way for the Shelter Cove community, in particular to the community's safety, public safety. And then for Tim, he was one of the go-to guys, all things tech for the fire department.
And CERT.
And for CERT. And so those are he has big shoes to fill, literally. But that's going to be big shoes to fill on that end. And then for Jan, her time on the board, she was very dedicated to this position and really paid attention to the details in all aspects of any decision that came before her, and especially the financial aspect. And she really helped pinpoint and bring to light to the board how we could be doing better in our financial, in the financial aspect as far as reporting goes, so that we can go for future larger scale infrastructure grants. And I wouldn't have known what I was looking at had it not been for her bringing that to our attention. So, and then again, for public safety, she was also a CERT leader and took on the shelter responsibilities of that. And that is a lot of time and dedication. And so, I think they were a great benefit to the Cove, and sorry to see them leave, but excited for them to actually really enjoy their retirement with no big responsibilities.
Absolutely. Kristen, you got anything?
I mean, if I had to nominate someone, I never met Jan or Tim. I would nominate Dale Alexander, honestly. I've always
already.
You saw him?
First one.
All right, so I'm like in the thing. Okay, well then I would nominate him again because I love the lighthouse, and I feel like I always see Dale at every event and everything, and you're always smiling and making things happen, and I think that's something that's really nice to see around the Cove. So, but anyways, yes, Jan and Tim sound excellent.
I'm going to say I have to agree with Tristan that there's obviously a number of great people that could be in this position. I think that based on the little that I knew Janet, that she was phenomenal. Don't really know Tim, but I know of his record. So I would have no objection to that.
I've seen him out changing brakes on a fire truck one day.
So I'm going to say, so I could agree with that. But I'm going to say, I feel blessed to be in this community, and I'm looking at the volunteers right here that just make it even that much more blissful. So thank you guys as well. I hope that we can recommend to every one of you someday.
Wes?
I don't really have anything else on that. I was, my first thought, of course, was Dale as well, but Jan and Tim Evans sound fantastic.
Okay, well then, can I get a motion?
I'm wondering if we could do
Oh, public comment, I'm sorry, public comment. Nina,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's a good point.
I'm new at this.
Yeah, maybe someone that's still in the Cove might be.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alexander, Jan and Tim, great ideas. Another thought that occurred to me, I'm not quite sure on the timing, but I recall that Jack Hargrave did contribute quite a bit of time to the WIN board. I think that extended into 2024. So that's also a thought.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Nina.
Thank you, Nina.
I'm going to change mine to Jack.
Any other public comment on this topic? Oh, Arlen.
About time.
Like what Jess said, the bar is high. It's a great community. You guys You know, you see everybody in the same places that are doing all the volunteering, and you know, it really is just it makes you want to do more. And to be in a community like this is just it's so great, so great.
Yeah. Thank you, Arlen.
Jack, did you have any firefighters maybe, or anyone that volunteers with the fire department that you recommend or suggest?
Honestly, on that, you picked it. Dan and Tim are, I mean, everybody at the fire department volunteers. So, we've got some who are there more than others. We have some who actually live there, even though they, are paid to do other things. So, but yeah, I think Jan and Tim were fantastic. Yeah, and I do hear you about having somebody who's actually still in the cove. I do understand. But yeah, nobody I could single out, honestly, outside of Dan and Tim, because they did do. I mean, Tim, he took on the project of painting all our fire hydrants. Actually, made a complete spreadsheet of all of our fire hydrants. He and Chris Knorr would probably be my other one, because he as well has put in hundreds of volunteer hours helping Tim go around, paint, weed eat, and everything else on our fire hydrants, which, as we all know, are critical to our existence out here. And so, no, I can agree with you.
Okay. All right. Any other public comment? All right. Well, can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion that Janet Evans and, is it Tim? Tim Evans be nominated, for the, volunteer of the year. I have to agree with, Tristan, that I wish that they were still living here. It would even make it that much more easier.
I'll second that. Sorry.
Mike Solori.
Aye.
Jeff Heldrop.
Aye.
Wes Bonheim.
Aye.
Tristan Sanders.
Nay.
Tricia Bushane.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, moving on. Consider board members' new area of focus. This is always a fun one. Board members will discuss and take action to select their new areas of focus for 2025. So who has what that they're interested in? Board members do come in, and we are pretty active. We take roles in various water, wastewater. Myself, I was part of union negotiations. So I'm probably going to stick with that one. But then we also have this committee that Tesha's working on, which does take away a few of these. And that's going to be a pretty tall order for her. It's a lot to focus on. So I know you guys are new, but anything sound good?
I'm going to say that I have no issues in really replacing Dave Summers. I kind of like everything that he's doing right there.
Department. Can I take BLM from you?
If you so choose.
The negotiate.
I mean, I don't really like Frank very much, but I mean, I'm interested in the water and wastewater stuff.
Me too.
Are you? Okay.
We usually have two, though, didn't we? I think Tesha was the other one. She had that.
So we can both do this. We can both do the BLM. Okay.
That wasn't my liaison. Initially.
And I wouldn't mind, actually, if Tesha doesn't mind too, I wouldn't mind being part of the business tourism.
So golf links is going to be taken over by the committee, right, Tesha?
Well, preferably we'll still have a liaison dedicated to that. Because we're gonna have two board members sitting on that committee, so hopefully whoever's on that committee will be one of those liaisonships.
Okay.
I think the liaison is everybody. And then the other thing too, we did discuss, Mike, is if for some reason you're not ready to take on the responsibility or know exactly where your interest lies, we could bring it back. next
Yeah,
month,
absolutely,
you know,
absolutely.
so
This is why we're talking about it.
That it's action items, so in case you do know where you want to be.
I wouldn't mind taking cert from you if you've got a lot on your plate
That sounds
already.
great.
Yeah, you're awfully easy to take stuff from.
She's small.
Yeah.
That might be something. I think for myself, I'm interested in the strategic planning, board training, and office liaison.
So if you guys aren't ready yet, you can kick it around and see what interests you. And we could just push this off to next month if you want to.
But, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'd be interested in like, yeah, parks and recreation, greenbelt, strategic planning, airport, finance.
Well, we have, so I think we have that committee coming up. So would that apply as that committee person?
Possibly, as long as there's no conflict.
Okay.
We'll discuss. I also just wanted to point out that typically for the liaisonship, there's one person, and then for the broader scope of like union negotiations, that was 2 people. Parks and Rec was 2 people. Strategic plan was 2 people. And budget financing was 2 people. And I thought maybe you might be interested in something like that. Maybe you have some background. We'll see how you feel. And utility revenue projection is also 2 people, and that is very intensive. And I have to say, I was on that, and I don't think we did a good. I mean, Dave Summers and I don't believe that we really fulfilled that obligation completely. So, and we're going to need some help on that revenue projection. Yeah.
So we're BLM together. Right?
So I guess we'll just have to, if everybody wants to look at there and then state what they want.
And then Wes said he would do union negotiations with me.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And then I will deal with Wes with BLM.
Perfect.
So Wes is, and we have Wes and Mike Solori has union. Okay. We have BLM is who?
Jeff and Wes.
So we're gonna have 2 people for BLM.
Yeah.
Okay, so we left 1, but okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Is the rest of the work okay with that?
Yeah. That's maybe it's a military thing, but 2 is 1, 1 is none.
Yeah.
Is there like a general like infrastructure thing? Is that something that we've been looking at, or is that just kind of split between the water, wastewater, and
That's kind of all
electrical
split.
department?
I think that is going to be. We're going to be looking at definitely with a strategic plan, right?
Right.
But if you have, it is split between the different departments currently, and so like say you were interested on the electrical side, you would go to the electrical. If you're in the wastewater, you'd go to Frank.
Well, I'm pretty much taking Dave Summers' position, and then with Jack, since I'm in his position as well, I would be interested in doing the airport management, and if need be, I can do strategic planning, the greenbelt and the park rec. You guys, Tristan and you are already part of that, so.
Well, we haven't officially gotten there yet, but
okay.
Parks and Rec. I definitely want somebody else on the Parks and Rec along with me. I will be honest that the Parks and Rec, when I got on the board, was not the direction that I thought I would be spending the majority of my time on. And in fact, I am really interested in the infrastructure aspect because that's what we can't live without. And we have some really big projects down the pipeline that's going to need to be addressed. I would prefer if my energy was going towards there, but right now with the committee that we're creating, I'm also open to that as well. But definitely we need more people on the Parks and Rec side besides just myself. I'll help.
She already said, Tristan already said, yeah, she was in.
Yeah, and I think Tristan's input on that would be pretty valuable because she has a young child that we can make sure that we address those issues too.
So we'll see myself and you.
Yeah.
And I was interested in the infrastructure more from the contracting, that kind of stuff aspect, like
And I would be more on the construction side of the infrastructure.
Okay, so we don't have like just a thing set out just for infrastructure.
I don't see it in here either. I
What
see the
that
electrical
could be-
department.
Now well, again, that could be for utility revenue projections maybe, or.
Just like if I'm taking over Dave Summers, that would be part of my scope.
I would also be interested in that one.
So you're saying, Jeff, you want that one?
Yeah.
And then you're saying you want that one as well?
Mm-hmm.
You want to discuss that with Wes? Wes, are you interested in
Wes,
that?
or yeah, because so I guess firepower from PG&E, and yeah, I guess look at the contracts. Or is that something you're more interested in?
I would just like the idea of with the contracts, like proper contracts that we work on with, contractors and different folks that work on
I don't think
stuff.
there's any reason why we can't have three. I would be more on the construction side of it, not doing the contracts and the management side of it.
And helping to find money for them too, like being able to.
You guys need to speak up so Jessica can hear you, what your determinations are there.
For the, I'm sorry, what was the
utility projection?
Utility, it will be Wes.
Yeah,
Jessica needs to hear you guys.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe we should be a little bit more organized about this. Should we just kind of go, because we've got this whole list of stuff, should we just go like golf links, who's got golf links, union negotiations, and just go down the list of what we've already got there?
If we start off, Tessa's got it.
Oh, Tessa's got
All
this,
right,
okay.
so we'll go, okay, I think that's a good idea on how to approach this right now. Airport management.
I was part of that.
I can do that. I had it before.
Well, apparently there's two, because, Jack had it and you had it. I was just gonna be your little friend.
Okay.
So you have it, Jeff? You think you have it, Jeff?
Well, Jack had it with Mike, and so if I take Jack's, I would have it with Mike.
Okay, just express
Unless you
interest.
want it.
Oh, you can have my spot.
Board training advocate. I think we just have one. Anybody else want that one?
No.
Nobody wants to be the nag?
No.
Me. Okay, I'll take it.
Not I, said the fly.
Okay, budgeting and finance. I am interested on that.
I'm interested too, yeah.
So it's you guys.
Yeah, I'll
you
take
two.
it.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
I'm sure.
Yeah. It's also your back end, so.
Myself and business and tourism.
Oh, yeah. I think that was one of the ones I said I'd do. Right? Yeah, business and tourism, me.
So how many would we usually have for business and tourism?
I'm only seeing one under you.
Yeah, see, you've got it on there twice though, Tasha.
That was a mistake. So typically we've had one. We could do two. I do want to just make sure and clarify that as a representative and a liaison, you just have to be really careful about any conflicts of interest. So I don't know what other boards you're serving on.
I don't know
That has
that,
to do
again.
with tourism.
Mm-hmm.
You might want to.
Okay.
I'm gonna say I'm on boards, but if you have no skin in the game, which I have no skin in the game, Mike, if you want, I could also do your golf links.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So I'll do the golf links.
Well, hold on, we're trying to go down the list.
Okay, well, that should have been first one.
Yeah, and that's why I was.
Oh, really?
Okay, so I'm sorry, Tasha, this is the.
This is the business tourism. So we have Jeff.
Okay, if we have two, I can be on that one too.
Okay.
Because I don't have any business in the area.
And then I was gonna do golf links.
Golf links.
Yep. I'm stealing that. I'm stealing that away from Mike.
From who had it before, Mike?
Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking at golf links?
Yeah.
Okay, and did we just have one or two on that?
I only see one on the.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I thought that should be under Parks and Rec.
Rec, yeah.
Well, I think you got. I'm gonna say. I think I'm the liaison, but I think that's gonna be taken care of by your group anyway.
But then it will
So
be good to have.
right, exactly. So I'm not. I'm not planning on being on your committee for the strategic planning. I don't think I care to be on that one.
All right, so you got golf links, Parks, Rec, and Greenbelt. I'm gonna volunteer for this. And again, we can also, like, next year we'll be switching this up. So it's a good idea for the board to get experience in all aspects of this. So
Yeah.
I will
So that's-
volunteer for the Parks and Rec Greenbelt.
So that's you and Tristan?
Is that what you would like? Okay. Where are we? Okay, moving down, and I apologize for any strategic plan. The strategic planning, I am really interested in that one.
Yeah.
Last year I wasn't, I think other people had it. I would like a chance at being the go-to on one of those. Again, that is also, we are going to be holding strategic plan meetings that it will be open to the public.
Yeah.
To be clear.
So you still have our input, so you and.
Yeah, so everybody's still going to have input.
Yeah, so Tesha, you and I can do that
Yeah,
one maybe?
so that's you and Wes.
For the strategic plan, that's Tesha and I?
Union negotiations.
That was Wes and Mike.
Thank you for doing the spreadsheet. It's much better than what I had up. Utility revenue projections.
That was me.
Okay, this is going to be a very big.
I am, yeah.
Okay.
And you, right? We're gonna do.
You guys can do it, because if I'm working on the strategic plan, I don't want to.
Okay.
And Wes, or I mean Jeff, is that what we're looking at? Utility.
I think that you'd be better at it than me. Because I'm gonna come at it with a construction standpoint, and I think it's more forecast. I think your skill sets would be better than my skill set.
Which is like the finance and legal is what you're saying?
Yes,
As opposed to the practical construction part?
yes, because it's budgeting.
Yeah, that's true. Sure. So Tristan and I instead of Jeff.
Why did I throw you under the
Yeah, you
carpet?
Okay, so we have Wes and Tristan on that one. Perfect.
Dodge that bullet.
Sir, it looks like Mike
Mike's got his hand up.
Solari.
Wait,
Oh, wait.
fire and CERT is a liaison as opposed to wastewater.
Okay. Liaison, you would like that?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I had fire late, and that was a good one, but you can go ahead. I don't think we need to.
No, and you've got a plate full.
And then airport management was Tristan and myself.
Mike Solari and airport management was, yes. So now we're getting into the liaisonships. BLM, we have, who did we have again?
Jeff and Wes. Divide and conquer.
We really didn't need two, but.
Or do we not get much from BLM?
Oh, I'm okay with two, if you're okay, Mike.
Okay.
If that's all right with
You're
you.
looking at the list.
Yeah. Electric
I'm doing the
department,
math.
I have no problem doing that.
you want to be the liaison for that one?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to bust John.
Office admin, if you guys don't mind, I would like that one.
Absolutely.
Water, wastewater.
Wes,
Well, hold on.
got voluntold.
I can take it. Wes.
I'm doing the fire.
Oh, okay.
Wes,
Fire
I can
and
take
CERT.
that one from me if you want.
Okay, you want to do the water?
I'll do that.
That's what I
I might as well bust Frank choppers as well. So I'm doing water and electric.
Well, I kind of think it should be a different board member.
Oh, for each liaison?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I'll work with the water then.
I think you'll be and since you are doing utility revenue projection, I think you will be seeing the bigger projects as infrastructure.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Frank.
You'll be seeing a lot of Frank.
Frank has promised me a tour for like a year now of his wastewater facilities.
I
had to come on the board to get him to return my emails.
Okay. So I'm gonna
There's a lot of cool
So I'll go back
infrastructure
through this
that
list
needs to
very
be.
quickly. Okay. We have airport management, Jeff Hildreth, Tristan Sanders, board training advocate, myself. Budget finance, Tristan Sanders and myself. Yay. Tourism, who was tourism?
Jeff.
Okay, Jeff and Wesley. We have two on that. Golf links is Jeff.
Yeah,
Mike.
Jeff.
I thought it was Mike Sawyer. It's Jeff?
It was. It is now me.
Stuff that turkey.
Okay. I don't see Mike on. I don't see a lot of you on here, Mike.
I'm on there.
Parks and Rec and Greenbelt. Myself and Tristan. Great. Strategic plan. Myself and Wesley. Okay. Union negotiations. Okay, here we are. Mike Solari and Wesley. We have one. Mike. Utility projections. Wesley and Tristan. BLM liaisons. Jeff Hildreth and Wesley. Fire electric department. Jeff Hildreth. Fire department cert is Mike Solari. Okay, so you do have yours. Okay. Office admin, myself. Wastewater, wastewater, Wes.
What people will go through just for a tour.
That's it. And hopefully you can read my chicken scratch when I put this back over.
So we're all pretty happy with the areas of focus, so we could actually do a motion to approve all this
Can we
and
do public comment?
put it into motion. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land here. Everybody's good with it? Okay. Public comment about what we decided to work on for the next year? No? Harlan?
No, you guys work it out.
Okay. Well,
Didn't have to say a word.
this
Whoa.
is gonna be a difficult one, but can I get a motion?
I'm gonna let Tasha, you run that one.
Do I have to spell it out again, or can I just say make a motion to approve
Yeah, just,
liaisonships and
yes,
areas
as presented to Jessica.
as discussed?
Yeah.
I make a motion to approve the areas of interest and liaisonship as presented to the board at this meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call.
Wes Bonheim.
Aye.
Patrick Bashing.
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth.
Aye.
Kristen Zanders.
Aye.
Mike Solari.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yeah. All right, so we are moving on
Run like the wind.
to consider members for the Parks and Rec Standing Committee. This is another big one. What do you got, Chris?
All right, so to provide a little background, at the November board meeting last month, the board approved the formation of a Parks and Recreation Standing Committee. This committee will enable public input on various parks and recreation topics in the district and will assist in the strategic plan for the Parks and Rec Department. So the goal of this action item today is to appoint the members of the committee, and as stipulated in the last board meeting, the committee will comprise 7 members, 2 current RID board members, and 5 community members. As defined at the November board meeting, the committee will meet monthly on the first Thursday of the month. I guess time to be determined, and it will exist for 2 years maximum. So below on your board packet is a list of community members who have already expressed interest in joining the committee. And I'm not sure if we have anybody in the crowd that today or online that is interested, but this would be the time to speak up that is not already on this list.
Is there anyone that wants to speak that's online?
No.
I would also,
recommendation?
yeah, I would also like to add that normally when we're picking board members for such committees, anyone that leaves the room usually gets nominated.
Too bad that it's already done.
I know. Yes.
I think before discussion.
Yeah, I was just curious. It's obviously something that I was interested in, but I don't feel that I have the time commitment.
Yeah,
You know, my current position. That's why I'm not sitting on the board. I was just curious if these are going to be open to the public though.
Yes,
So,
these
okay.
are fully Brown Act open to the public meetings.
Okay.
And so even if, because there was a lot of interest, when I first started reaching out to the nonprofits, and at the time, I've already explained this, we only had 3 back in the day, now we have a lot more. And at one point, my list got up to like 11 people. And that just didn't seem with scheduling really doable. And so that's why the board shrunk it down. But these are open to the public, and anybody can come and contribute their ideas, opinions, because this has to do with not just the strategic plan, but also any Parks and Rec project, including the sports court. So,
all right, yeah. Just
and that's so that we can hold these meetings, like the sports court meetings, like they can all be held at another time, so we don't have to get into the weeds here at this this one. That's the purpose of it.
Okay. Thank you again. Yeah. Like I said, obviously I'm interested, but can't commit the time to it.
Yeah,
so I
but
just want to make sure that I
definitely-
could come in and
Yes.
if there is opportunity.
Yep, and it'll all be Brown Act, subject to Brown Act.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So my first recommendation is Jack Hargrave.
Does anyone have a list of people that they would like to see on there? I kind of have a little bit of a list.
I'm gonna say I do
Okay, well,
too.
go ahead. Let's hear your guys' list first.
I'm gonna say I'd like to see Simi on it.
No, not hold it down. And anybody else?
Yep, I'd like to see Todd on it. How I'm picking these little picks is because each one has their own valuable input to all of this. I think that everyone's more than qualified. I'd like to see Jerry Jackson on it.
I was just gonna say. I agree.
I'd like to see Pauline York on it. And then I would like, as more of a business representative, I'd like to see Josh on it.
I kind of like Laura Ball from the Pioneers, because the
I can
Pioneers
see that
is
too.
always active in doing fundraising and helping everybody else other than themselves.
I have no objections to that either.
You know, so when we do get into looking at some fundraising, Pioneers are
I
always
just
helpful.
wanted to, since I'm, and so what board members are we discussing to be on this committee?
Well, so far, again, back to taking in Mike's account, it would be Laura Ball, which is Pioneers.
As far as the board members.
First, the board members.
Okay, well, that was me. I would do that.
So as far as the board members, what are we discussing? We would like to.
Oh, as far as the board members, I have a question of Jeff, if there is a conflict of interest with
I
you
was
being
not going
He
to.
doesn't want
I didn't want to be on it. So
is
there's no
anybody else
conflict.
interested in this that doesn't have a conflict?
to being on this committee?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so I'm interested, apparently. I just want to, as far as Josh is, and it's nothing against any of that, but I don't know if there's any conflict as far as business goes. If you guys just in your own business and dealings or with your husband or anything like that, if there's any connection to that business, that could be construed as or could be read as a conflict.
So then I am connected to them, so then, yeah, no, I won't be on the
Well,
committee
you
then.
could be on the committee, we just wouldn't have Josh.
I'd rather have Josh be on the committee.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the conflict of interest. Where is it? I kind of missed part of the conversation.
Property that the brewery's on.
They're like
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So then we would need another board member.
Nope. No, I can't.
Big Mike.
Here's the thing, is that we do have other community members to choose from that don't have that connection. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna say this stuff. Let's go back for just a second. I think you could be on it. But
I'll be on it. Okay.
But I think that, I think that, as Mike said about me, even with conflict of interest, the only time that it's affected is if you have skin in the game, meaning back to that, and you can always recuse yourself.
But this is we're gonna be looking at a lot of different topics under this
That's
strategic
why, but
plan.
that's why I'm saying I don't think that there would be an issue.
I feel like there is it may not be like legally, but there is a perception of it. I do believe that would be out in the community. And I think we have other community members on this list that could replace Jack or replace Josh.
Okay.
That would not have that tie. So that's it, and it's definitely nothing personal. I'm not clear. So I
have no problem because I could follow back with Mike Solari with Laura Ball and having Pioneers representation. So I have no issues with that.
So that would be one.
That'd be 5.
Yeah. So if we agreed to that, it would be Laura Ball, Jimmy,
Todd, Jeremiah, and Pauline York.
Jeremiah and Pauline York.
Yes.
And that's 5. Okay, I'm good with that.
I mean, why are we skipping over Mike
Wait.
Bruno on this?
Yeah,
I think he's probably a pretty important
Hold on.
person to have on that list.
Well, and again, so I'm going to say I agree with you that Mike Bruno would be important on the list. I'm really trying to do that all-rounded, because I think Wendy Ball on Scarf would be good too. But because Scarf is so important in back to Parks and Recs, so I'm really looking for more of that rounded, trying to hit all areas, not picking on anyone. I mean, obviously, I'm on the Scarf board, so I would love to see Scarf have a representation on it. But
the other thing to that with Mike is that
he'd have to recuse himself
he
too.
would have to recuse himself on some of what would be being brought to the committee, I think, or at least what's being recommended to the board.
Because he's so involved
with the pickleball, with the sports court. Like that.
My comment is, I understand it's only gonna go for a year.
2
years. It goes.
2 years.
I would probably prefer at this point not to be on it.
Okay.
And I'm happy to maybe volunteer next year.
Well,
some of this stuff gets resolved.
May I make a comment though?
I thought that Wendy Ball was going to be.
I'm going to say I like the more rounded, but I'm going to say I make a comment that as Tesha has already said, that you can come and have the input anyway. You're right. So right, and that goes back the way that goes with Wendy Ball. She can come and do the comment too. I'm looking more for I want the whole well-rounded sector of Shelter Cove. So I'm trying, like I said, I am on board of Scarf, so of course I want that representation, but I think that, I got to put that aside.
Yeah, so I'm happy to defer for this year and just help you next year.
Okay, that's really appreciated,
Mike.
Thank you. And I was thinking Wendy as well, but because she does the golf thing, but we already have Todd on there.
Yes.
And I know he did request that.
Yeah. Well, and he's part of the association.
That we have MOUs with.
Yep. Yes. So that would be my suggestion. So does anyone have any other, or can we move forward and vote on this?
I mean, I would like Wendy Ball to be on it.
So who would you take off?
Todd.
I'm going to say I think that Todd's a long-standing person in this community, and he's part of the golf association where Wendy's not.
He has some great ideas too.
Well, not just that, we do have MOUs with them that they, I just want to make sure, as far as the golf part of it, that they're being taken into consideration.
Okay, well, what about Pauline then?
Pauline, that's a yes. That's a yes. We have so if we did Laura
Or
Ball,
let's keep Todd and then, yeah.
we have
I don't know.
We have Todd so far, and we can discuss this. We have Todd, Simi for tourism, Todd 8. Did I already say Todd 8? Laura, Simi, Todd 8, Jeremiah for airport.
And I think that Scapola needs to be,
Shelter Cove Properties Association.
and we have to be representation because it's the big dog.
Yeah, and to be clear, that these committees or these committee members, they're not just representing, they're not the nonprofits that they're coming from. They are going to be representing the district, like working the community at large. We did put it out to the regular community members at large, and I don't believe we received any interest, correct?
No.
But we did put it out.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we weren't just selecting from just the nonprofits, because there was concern about that, but we didn't receive any community member at large
I mean, I think
interested.
SCARF's pretty involved in a lot of stuff, and especially if we're looking at, doing various art projects and different stuff as part of our strategic plan, I think it'd be a mistake not to include SCARF.
Well, I
We
think,
could, honestly.
I'm gonna say on that note, that, SCARF has so many things that we're gonna be presenting for our future projects and stuff, that I don't want that to get in our way of being able to present and have the approval of the board on that. So that's my reasoning.
Because I would be open to switching out Wendy to Laura or Wendy, but I do agree with what you're saying. If you think you're going to be having more things coming before the board,
I think we are. Well, I know we are. And so
and you're on that board.
yes, but again, back to no skin in the game.
Yeah.
Right, but again, now I'm doubling down. So if we have both, then it even looks more back to depression. So that would be my
Yeah,
reasoning.
and again, anybody can come to these meetings.
Yes.
But no other board members.
Right.
More than two.
They can come,
No, they can actually come. They cannot comment. They can't make one comment.
You
They
can come and observe, you
Yep,
just can't.
that's it.
You just can't.
Not taking that chance.
Not even. By the way, me, not say something? Oh, yeah, right. I'm not gonna do that one. Okay, so, report
Okay,
agreement.
so, well, I don't know yet. Are we- I'm fine with myself and Tristan. You're up for this, right?
I think that's a good choice.
So
by
we're
the
the
way.
board members. And then for the committee members, and we'll go down this list again. Laura Ball, Simi, Todd Athey, Jeremiah Jackson, Pauline York. How are we feeling about that, you guys?
I like it.
Wes, I'm not hearing from you.
I know, I'm okay with it.
Are you okay with it?
I am. I will trust Jeff to properly represent the interests of SCARF.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we're gonna be doing public comment.
Yeah.
Tristan, are you okay with this list so far, thus far?
Yeah.
I'm still not entirely comfortable with not having SCARF, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are you ready, Mike, you wanna put out for public comment?
We're all satisfied with our discussions?
Yes.
Okay, we'll open up the public comment. Nina, Mark, somebody? Come on up to the podium.
I need to come up there.
Yes, sir.
It's exercise.
Should have sat closer.
Seats aren't comfortable.
My ears can't breathe. It's too far back. Okay, you guys know me as Mark Mitchell from Scar. Who are you talking about for the two on the recreation?
For the, as far as board members,
Yeah,
myself and Tristan.
or,
For the Parks and Rec Committee, we would be the board members for the district.
yeah, I got that, but as far as,
The other 5 community?
yes,
Yes. So we're talking about Laura Ball, Simi, Todd Athey, Jeremiah Jackson, and Pauline York.
and which ones would be involved with mostly the arts and recreation?
It's all, the whole committee is involved with that.
Okay, and I couldn't quite hear why Wendy.
Because I think, Mark, that we have a bunch of projects that are gonna be moving forward that I don't wanna have with me sitting on this board. And then having Wendy on that committee, it looks like it's kind of stacking the deck. And I don't want that to have that impression. So I know that we're gonna be presenting some other things to RID. And so I don't want that impression of any improprieties.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Wendy. I like the idea of her being on the board too. I mean, I don't know.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say I disagree.
Not you.
Why would there be so what's the conflict of interest?
Because
You're on the SCARF board and then we're gonna be presenting stuff.
We're gonna be, yeah, and we have a bunch of projects that are gonna be presented to RID that have to do with Parks and Rec. And so I think that with me sitting where I am and being a vice president of the SCARF board, I think that having another member of SCARF in this committee does nothing but make us look bad. But that's my opinion.
Thank you for clarifying that. Am I allowed to say I disagree?
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely. You're allowed, that's the public comment. That's the purpose of this. Mr. Mitchell, whatever you,
I disagree. Thank you.
so, Mr. Mitchell, your preference then would be for Wendy Ball
Yes.
to be on the committee? Okay.
I mean, I kind of agree. I feel like SCARF is so important to like what is going on in the Cove. They've done so many projects. That's one of the reasons I kind of had a hard time. Like, I don't know, it just makes sense to me. You guys have a lot of support, but then I guess there's also.
What's the significance of the having Jeremiah Jackson as the airport representative?
Because he has been, he has a airplane. He owns an airplane. He does use the airport. He's also has brought. Yes. Oh, yes. Please, you're here. I forgot. Jeremiah, can you come?
Yes.
Explain yourself.
I know this guy pretty well. So, I'm Jerry Jackson. I'm a private pilot, licensed pilot, instrument rated, member of airline or the Experimental Aircraft Association, National Aeronautics Association, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association, 4,000 hours pilot command time, 17 world records, 1 national record, coast to coast, round trip. I still hold that record.
Yeah, I'm certainly not questioning your qualifications. Yeah, I'm not sure how that fits into the SCARF, or not the SCARF, but into the
airport's part of that.
Well, I think, I think I can bring to kind of get to the chase. I think I can bring the perspective, not only of a resident homeowner, a businessman here in Shelter Cove, but also as a real active pilot. Yeah, a long history. Matter of fact, I came here 41 years ago in an airplane for the first time to see Shelter Cove. So I think I bring that perspective. I'm also a licensed civil engineer. But I think I can also bring some good ideas.
Yeah.
Great. Fees, landing fees, an AWAS radio thing for safety. Instrument approach would be nice.
Yeah.
I mean, so there's a few things, and I think I can think out of the box for grant funding too.
Great.
Rather than Department of
I would say on a liaison to the airport, I find it easy to work with you, Jerry. So maybe I'm being a little self-serving here.
No, I appreciate that. I wasn't sure. Again, I mean, absolutely no offense to you at all. I just wasn't sure kind of if it's a Parks and Recreation where the airport.
It is under that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, so where are we at?
Okay, I think what we're getting a little bit caught up with, or is with between Wendy Ball or Laura Ball. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, can we do here or do you? Let's do Jock real quick.
All right. Yeah, just a couple comments. I think having Simi on there is fantastic because you kind of Simi and Josh have kind of the same background as far as business and also the visitor representative. I think having Tristan on the board is fantastic, especially as new, fresh ideas, and also help her see in on the board as far as getting other committees and really getting that absorption. I kind of agree as far as, I don't know why you're talking either or with Wendy or Laura. I see having both of them on there. Shelter Cove Pioneers are one of the biggest event people out here. SCARF is second. Honestly, as much as I love Pauline and I think she's a great representative, she's got had kids, but much like me, kids are older and kind of out of the area. SCAPOA, I know they have benefit, but it is it's not like a true representation of Shelter Cove, of property owners. I mean, you have to buy into the organization kind of thing. And honestly, I don't see them putting on any events or anything else that are on to the Parks and Rec, committee or on the side, and they can always come in and put their input to the meetings. I think as far as having representation, I think it's critical that you do have the organizations who are actively committed to Parks and Rec. And Jeremiah, I agree. I mean, obviously, the airport, not only is it in conjunction with this, it's right next to everything that you're going to be doing with Parks and Rec. And so that's going to obviously have some kind of impact. And so just having that insight, I think, is valuable. So, yeah, I just kind of want to put in my 2 cents on there.
Thank you. I think that does help.
Does help.
Does anybody have? We have.
I would like to have the president of SCPOA.
Well, let's let Mark do his.
Yep, Mark.
Come on, a little faster.
I'm still Mark.
Turn the microphone on, Mark.
Oh. I'm still Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm a little concerned about what I had said, if it had any effect on Jerry not being selected.
No.
Okay. Okay. I just, that concerned me, and I would still like to see Wendy on it. I don't know Laura that well. I know that she's from the Pioneers. Pioneers, I don't even quite know what their status is right now in the community. Not that that matters, but it's the same thing. We are a full 501c3, insured, and all that with the rules, with everything we have to do for RID, as far as having insurance and the documentation. So that's it.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. The Pioneers, I was updated to that, and they are all fully, they've got their nonprofit status back, and they're in compliance at this point with insurance and all of that.
Okay. I'd like to hear our report.
Arlen Reed, I am president of the SCPOA. Pauline York raised 3 children here. She was involved with the playground out here. She was involved in the location of the basketball courts and watched as her kids grew up and being switched around. She'll bring a lot to it. She also has vacation rentals. So like me, I'm having my first grandchild is going to be coming next month. Her kids are on that same path, and to have the younger part, the future look, I think is an important thing. And this was we have 7 board members on our board, and we all got together to vote her as the representative of Shelter Cove. So that's it.
Hey, girl.
Come on. Come on.
Well, not that many people left in the room. I know you had a lot of discussion, but is it out of the question to say maybe we add 1 more board member at this point?
We have to have an odd number, so.
For voting.
For voting, and so, yeah.
2 more.
We'd have to add 2 more, and then it starts getting.
A little unruly.
But all these other people are welcome to come to the meetings, and we can even put them on the list so they're notified of the meetings.
I am concerned with what you have brought to the attention is that if SCARF is having more things that are going to be coming to the board, and it's coming through Wendy, potentially, I do have concern about that appearance. Otherwise, I would say yes.
I think they're both qualified, but I think that, again, I think it's just a more well-rounded base.
So he wouldn't just be able to recuse himself, like during the.
But it's really difficult.
But because I don't have any skin in the game. I'm in a nonprofit. I don't make a dime off of it. I have nothing to do with it. I'm not in a conflict of interest. We've already checked out with lawyers and stuff. So it's more that back to impression and appearance. So I feel that that's why I recommend the Laura Ball.
I guess I just don't understand. So she can't be on this committee, even though Scarf's going to be bringing stuff to the board anyways.
Again, back to input. I'm going to go back to impression. I happen to sit on this board.
And that happens when you do the Brown Act and the conflict of interest, you'll see that where they state that even if it's not a technical conflict of interest, the appearance, you're supposed to go through best practices, and they include that if there's an appearance of a conflict, it can raise issues.
Isn't he gonna have to recuse himself anyways, though?
No.
If Scarf brings up stuff on the board? No, even
No.
if you're,
No,
but because
I-
Wendy's
if-
on this committee, it would make it.
Let me put it to you this way. If they came to the thing and said I had to, they wanted to do, we'll pick skateboard park, and I was the guy building the skateboard park, or I had intentions of building it or bidding on it, that's a conflict of interest.
If you're on the board.
If I'm on the board, but since but I'm not gonna bid on it. I have no skin in the game. So therefore, it's not a conflict of interest. It's because I'm not a paid position. I have no skin in the game. There's nothing that I'm gonna achieve or gain by that.
Can we ask somebody who would know the question? Because I do think Scarf should be on the board. I think
On this committee.
I do. I really do.
So I'm okay with switching out Laura Ball, even though it's pioneers.
Like I said, it's all representation. You've got pioneers. You know, again, so we're losing.
Well, but they can still come to the meetings. I mean.
Well, so can Lindy Ball.
Well,
So
yeah.
can the SCOA board.
Yeah. Okay. So how about this? Even though I do think there might be somewhat of a conflict.
Can we find that out for sure, though? I mean, is there a way to find? What do you guys think? I mean, how do you find that out? I guess I just don't understand, like, what the problem is if you're already on the, who's already on the board and the other board.
That's the point. Then it would be two people on the board.
Yeah.
Two Scarf members on the board, basically.
Involved.
But you're also part of SCOPA also, right?
Yeah, so it's
Same.
like,
Down between you and Pauline, what's the difference?
No, same, but again,
So then why would we?
because Scapoa is not bringing anything to this board. Scapoa.
but wouldn't you have to recuse yourself anyway?
No, because Scapoa won. Scapoa's
No, for Scarf.
No,
Things.
because,
Really?
because I have no skin in the game.
Well, I get that.
I'm not making any money.
I mean, does anyone? Yeah.
What, I'm gonna say how many volunteers, just about everyone here, well, I don't know about you two, but, we'll go with Tasha and Mike, they're on CERT. That's a volunteer organization, does that mean they can't vote on CERT? Well, no, they've got no skin in the game, so of course they can vote, it's a volunteer organization, so it's the same. Right, but if I could have financial gain, then I would recuse myself.
I think what Mike, do you have anything to add to this? Wes, do you have anything to
I think it's more down
I
pioneers.
I like Laura Ball because the pioneers can help with fundraising, but Wendy Ball's a good choice. I mean, we need to have Scarf there because they're the most active nonprofit for recreation in the Cove. So, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer.
We could also, Wes, do you have anything to add to this?
I do not. I mean, I guess you said that Todd Athley's very important, or Todd Athley's very important because of his association, and okay.
Yeah.
I mean, just going by the most active as far as the recreational stuff, it does seem like the Scapoa seems the least, but I'm not terribly familiar with them.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think pioneers and Scarf are more important than the Scapoa as far as for recreation. I mean, they can come to the meetings and put their input in.
No, I think the issue is, Mike, it goes back to the position of to the community that I don't want to subject Scarf to any improprieties because we're on two of the committees. That's it.
Okay, so
Well, I think like Mike said,
I have no problem with Wendy being there either.
But I think like Mike said, it's the same with Scapoa.
The difference with Scapoa is they're not bringing anything to this board that we're gonna approve on. That we're not, I don't know that Arlen has anything he's gonna come to the board and say, I wanna do this. I know Scarf is. Scarf has a number of projects that we're gonna be presenting to this board. So if we put Wendy Ball on that committee as well, now we're doubling down. It's not just me, it's also her.
Okay, but I would also add that and maybe we'll get some counsel on this a little bit on when it comes time when Scarf does present to us. Because I'm kind of on the same thing, and it's like I kind of, even though you're not making money, you're a part of the decision-making process of Scarf, and so to me that represents a potential conflict, not just or the appearance of one.
I'm gonna say we've already had this discussion with outside counsel, so I'm pretty.
Who's that?
Because Mark Mitchell and myself, because I was on Scarf, and the question came from Janet Evans that there might be conflict of interest and that I should resign. And so we sought outside counsel, and it was determined, because I have no skin in the game, that there would never be a conflict of interest.
You could vote. Okay, Jack?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, these representatives are only gonna be one voice of 7.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like, and you've got a single representative on that panel board. It's not like you have 2 representatives from SCARF. Yes, that panel is gonna be bringing, you know, their decisions or their recommendations to this board. But again, like, I honestly don't see much any conflict in it. I mean, it's going to go from a 7-panel board where they have 1 representative to a 5-panel board where, again, they have 1 representative. That person's only 1 voice of 5. And if he feels like on that issue, he could recuse himself on that. You know, I do agree. There's always the appearance. That's why I always recuse myself on anything fire department related, on any decisions, even if it didn't have anything to do with me directly or not, just for that appearance. I don't think you're going to have that same kind of issue here. And again, it is one of those things, if it is brought up and Jeff, you feel that there is an issue with, you know, with the conflict, you could always, you know, step yourself back from that one decision, not from, you know, because these people are going to be discussing the whole thing. I mean, it's finally coming down to what it needs to, looking at recreation as a whole and making a general plan. And which I feel that we need representatives from all the active organizations, you know, especially all the active recreational organizations on that. If it comes to this board and there appears to be a conflict with this board, then you can deal with it at that point.
Or there's also option number 2. I can recuse or step down from the Scarf board.
That as well. Yeah. So there's many options. I don't think it's as big of an issue as you're trying to appear to be.
Okay. So I would like to. I'm fine with Wendy Ball and Laura, Simi, Todd, and Jeremiah Jackson. That's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think the Scapoa needs to have representation. They're the property owners. They
are the property owners,
and they're one of the biggest organizations in the founding of this community. So I think that Scapoa needs to be on it as well.
But I think in regards to Parks and Rec and Recreation, that Scarf kind of plays a bigger role in the community on that. And so we can't have everybody on there. And so we do have to make a hard decision with this. And I think that we've gotten enough, I think, public opinion as well, that Scarf should have somebody represented. I think, and I'm getting the feeling that there is at least 1 or 2 board members here that feel like Scarf should be represented as well because of their recreation.
I agree. So
then there's 3, and I'm fine with that.
I don't think anybody's going to get their feelings hurt.
Goodness.
You guys are moving forward. That's what's great.
Well, great. Okay, so this is what I would like to propose is that we appoint Simi Rajan, I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, Todd Athey, Jeremiah Jackson, Laura Ball and Wendy Ball.
I'm good with that.
And then the 2 board members, Tristan Sanders and myself.
Can I get a motion?
Was that not the motion?
That is not the motion. That's not the motion.
Go for it, Wes.
Oh, no, I've already done motions. You do.
You just make a motion to appoint the members of the Parks and Recreation Standing Committee.
I make a motion to represent the members of the Parks and Recreation Standing Committee. Do I name them?
Yes.
Okay. Wendy Ball, Laura Ball, Simi Rajan, Todd Athey, and Jeremiah Jackson.
So,
oh, and the 2 board members, Tesha Boshin and Tristan Sanders, myself.
I have to just ask, so Josh is no longer part of that? Okay. I think that he should have been.
Second.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Tristan Sanders. Aye. Mike Solari.
Aye.
Tasha Bashin.
Aye.
Jeff Hilder.
Nay.
And Wes Bonnine.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right.
Get in there, guys.
Moving on. Action item number 4. Consider updating District Policy 2201, recruitment, training, retention, and separation of district personnel from district employment, 3rd reading. Chris, take it away.
Yes, so just a little backstory. Normally, district policies go through 2 readings and they're either approved or denied. This is the 3rd reading, and I have bad news. Actually, it looks like I'm probably going to have to bring this back for a 4th reading. There was some correspondence with the IVW on Monday this week after this was already printed, where they have an objection with the part of this policy, and I need to work with them a little bit more to iron that out. So I guess my recommendation here today is to postpone this till January 4th reading.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, and then I also have, there's just like some typos and some stuff that I have some comments on, and I'll just work with you directly on some of that stuff.
Track changes documented. It's just been gone after 3 revisions with multiple groups. It's gone through some major.
Yeah, no, I'm well acquainted, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I just had some comma placement type things, so not a big deal. I'll just get those comments to you directly. And so then we're planning on tabling this until we hear back.
No action this time.
Okay. So do we need to?
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So do we need to move to table it?
No. Okay. No action. Move it to next month. Shit, I'm losing place here. Action item number 5. Consider approval for 2025 annual community clubhouse recreation fee reduction or exemption events. Lost.
Yeah, this is just another item that comes up every year. Local events, organizations fee exempted gatherings at the community clubhouse, and the board must approve that they do not have to pay fees for their events. And you can see the schedule of
That's all, same thing we do every year. Yeah, I'm good with it. Everybody got anything on this one?
I'm gonna say I feel better after Tesha said that they've got their 501c and everything else in place, because I was concerned on the liability issue, and that takes away my concerns.
Yeah. I just have one thing, and it's not a conflict. I'm money. Looking at November for the Veterans Dinner, I see that there's only the 9th and 10th and the 11th. For the Veterans Dinner, the kitchen's will be used as early as the 6th, 7th, and 8th. This last time that we did the Veterans Dinner, it took about 5 days of prep in the kitchen. We do work around if the meeting hall space is needed, then we can work around that. But the kitchen is going to be needed. So I wanted to, if we get it on the calendar now, we can avoid any conflict of scheduling for other events.
What were those dates, Tesha?
I'm looking at the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. I typically do the shoppings and the ingredients are in the refrigerator usually about 5 days before. And I thought about this last year trying to, like take things out of the refrigerator for another event, but it is packed and I can't really do that. That's my only.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so the only conflicts there would be with the playgroup and the crafting, which is limited downstairs, and it's all in a different spot, so it's not a big deal.
Crafting,
Gotcha.
they're not in the kitchen. Also, there is going to be a nighttime yoga class, and I can just do the prep during the day and be out so that they can have their rest time or their yoga time.
Anybody else? Anything? No? All right, so with her changes, maybe we do a motion. Move things along.
I make the motion to consider adoption of resolution 2420 designated authorized, wrong one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too far back, Jeff.
I'll let you go back to the other one. I'll make the motion to consider updating policy, whatever. No, that's not it either. Okay, go ahead, Wes. Go ahead, Wes. You take it. You're already there.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'll go for it.
Oh, go ahead. No.
Okay, I make a motion to approve the community clubhouse recreation fee reduction for the events listed for 2025.
Since you did that so adequately, I'll second that motion.
Jeff Hildreth,
Yes.
Wes Sondheim,
Aye.
Mike Solari,
Aye.
Justin Machine,
Aye.
Tristan Sanders,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay. Number 6. Shoot. Sorry.
I got to push that.
Oh, good. All right. Action item number 6. Consider resolution 2420 authorizing signers for transfers and withdrawals from RIDS County of Humboldt Fund accounts. So, Chris?
Yeah, this action item and the next one are things that happen because of staff or board turnover. So the RID board is responsible for all funds expended by the RID, all proposed expenditures as available to cover individuals authorized by the board to sign claims and or receive financial information by completing an authorized signature form and an authorized signature resolution. So that's what today's about, the resolution. So recommendation, I'm adding a sentence here. After board review, motion to adopt resolution 2420, authorize signers for transfers and withdrawals from RID's County of Humboldt fund accounts, and then appoint someone on the board as an authorized signer. So you can see in the resolution there's a vacant spot.
I think with this one, to go with action item number 7 should be the same person.
Okay.
Make things simple. So who would want to volunteer to be a signer for funds that's on the board?
Is that, does that need to be a chaired position? Like, would it be and the
But then
as far as I know, there's no requirement. It just has been because those are usually the longer standing board members. And this is basically because I'm off the board now and I'm the other authorized signer. And then Janet, I believe, was one of the authorized signers. I don't know if she was as well, but yeah, no, I guess it was just Mike and myself.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, I do not believe it needs to be a chairperson.
Mm-hmm.
And I personally would like to make a recommendation that somebody who's seated for the next 4 years do this, so we don't have to do this.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm gonna make the round.
It is kind of a hassle and an issue going through. There's many hoops to jump through, and yeah, it's not something you want to do annually or anything.
I would recommend that it be Tasha if she'll.
Budget and finance stuff.
So I
It
think
seems
it
to
would only
make
make sense.
Yeah.
Wells Fargo, and then you got to go up to Umpqua too and sign stuff up there.
And you love driving.
But I'd love to have you as a co-signer.
I'm okay with that if everyone else is okay with that.
Okay.
All right.
Everyone's okay with that? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna motion. We gotta do them one at a time though.
Okay, are we doing a motion?
Yeah.
I make a motion to have Tesha be the third alternate signer.
For resolution.
Authorized signer for transfers and withdrawals from RID's County of Humboldt Fund accounts.
I'll second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2420, Tesha as an authorized signer for transfers and withdrawals from RID's County of Humboldt Fund accounts.
Second.
I second it.
Roll call.
Mike Solori.
Aye.
Tesha Bashin.
Aye.
Tristan Sanders.
Aye.
Jeff Hilger.
Aye.
Wes Baumann.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now we'll just do a motion for the next one, the same person, and we have to do them separately. Kristen, would you like to do that?
Yeah. So I'm saying, okay, I'd also like to make a motion to adopt resolution 2421, authorizing Tesha Boshin. Boshin. I'm sorry. Signers for as a signer for banking transactions and the issuance of checks upon the district's accounts.
Second.
I second.
Roll call.
Tesha Bashin. Aye. Tristan Sanders.
Aye.
Jeff Hilger.
Aye.
Wes Baumann.
Aye.
Mike Solori.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now, last but not least, I've been waiting for this one all day. Frank, are you ready to do some work?
Please do.
Yes. All right, so this last action item is to consider water wastewater SCADA system programming expenditure, which, just for your all information, was budgeted in the capital improvement plan, part of our budget for this fiscal year. Water and wastewater treatment systems are controlled through a computer program known as the Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, SCADA. This system enables remote and automatic operation and monitoring of water pumps, water tanks, wells, sewer lift stations, and the water treatment plant. Back in 2019, the district received grant funding of around $200,000 from Cal OES to replace much of the SCADA system hardware, including radios, remote terminal units, programmable logic controllers, cables, antennas, and a SCADA server computer, plus applicable licenses. District staff in-house attempted to do much of the requisite programming. However, due to the challenges of highly specialized SCADA system programming and staff turnover, the project was never completed. To date, the SCADA system programming is only partially operational. For example, many water tanks and well locations provide no data, work only manually, will not respond to computer commands, or do not communicate at all. Data between screens is inconsistent or inaccurate, plus there are no functional alarms and operators are unable to program system set points. The board discussed this issue back in May of this year. At that time, staff had gathered quotes from a single SCADA system programming company, Sierra Controls, who are included in our bid ranging from $200,000 to $350,000 to repair the SCADA system, depending on added options. Subsequently, the board approved the capital expenditure line item in this fiscal year budget in the amount of $60,000 to begin this project with the aim of spreading it out over multiple years. Since then, staff have gathered more quotes from other SCADA system programming companies. These quotes focus on either a complete overhaul of the existing system or a rebuild of the current system. Quotes are attached to this agenda item. Some of the quotes are for the complete project, while others include only time and material services costs. So I've included a table in this agenda item to illustrate the differences in the estimates received. You can review that. Staff recommends they've chosen Absher and Associates as the preferred SCADA system programming company. Recent email communications also attached with this company have shown that the total cost to rebuild the current system may not exceed $35,000, which is far below budget. However, there may be additional unforeseen costs incurred once the project is underway. For example, additional parts such as antennas, cables, or connectors that may be necessary. Also, Frank wanted to point out that one of the quotes for the CFM-SF Inc. would entail 2 to 3 people, so the costs would be doubled or tripled on their estimate per person. And another advantage on Apsher and Associates is they have experience and are able to also work on our generator system SCADA program that John needs. It's also budgeted. I think it's also budgeted. So they can double down on that.
Okay, you ready for me?
Yeah.
All right, this SCADA thing is a pain in the butt. This company with this very reasonable bid, this is what they do. Is there a guarantee? After we pay the fee, they come out, they get it up and running, and then it breaks 2 weeks later. Are they going to come out and fix it?
They can team view and come into our system through different avenues, and they will come back out and fix it. Of course, it's going to be at a cost.
Okay.
We will have a contract with them too.
Guaranteeing their work.
Yes.
Because this is costing us a fortune to send these guys out every day to go physically inspect every single little thing within our water system.
So
it's ridiculous.
I counted this month. This morning I was down there resetting it again, and we've been down there 32 times that we've written down. We've got a log that we're writing down
right
on that, and plus we have to go to the sites and reset all the SCADA systems at the site also. So we'll have to run from Kennedy tank or Bud tank, reset the tower up there, and come back down and reset it at the SCADA building. So it's a lot of running around. This Apsher company, they've worked with actually Ruth. They do a lot of hydro electric power places. They were working in Madera last time I talked to him, and then he was on his way up to British Columbia to work on some more stuff.
So they have work history of actually fixing these problems with these crappy systems we overpaid for.
Correct. So instead of replacing the whole system, they'll be able to rebuild what we have.
Okay, I like that.
He works with the radios also, and the SCADA packs and the whole SCADA systems we use. One and all, and he'll work with us also to show us how to work stuff. So when he views, we can troubleshoot and work it instead of having hidden stuff that we can't do without having them.
I know this is Frank's recommendation. Is this your recommendation as well, this company? And have you ever worked with them? No?
John actually.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
John, they good?
My dad worked with power plant up at Dinsmore for I think 8 years. And anytime that there was anything wrong, he would just call him on the phone, and within like 10 minutes he'd get on there.
Okay. Because, I mean, the amount of man hours and the cost to the district just to go up there and physically look at these things is more than this. So, I mean, this is a no-brainer in my mind. I'm just tired of hearing about the SCADA system. Something that hasn't worked since I got on board. I mean, paid a lot for it. So if this can fix it, I would be all for it.
So my question is going to be, once it's functional, is there like a consulting contract after the fact as you need help?
Yeah, we can call him.
But I mean, is it a contract? Is it free? What is it?
It'll be free up to a certain aspect. I'm sure we'll have to pay for some of it, yeah.
Okay.
Depends on how long he's on the.
It's still going to save us more money than that.
Oh, I agree. I'm just curious. I'd like to know the
biggest
cost.
issue right now is the radios and how they're pointed and where they're pointed at. They're going to have to tear or apart where the SCADA is at now and relocate it also into the wastewater plant where it's actually secure.
Can you do it? Reach out and find out how many hours or whatever after the fact, and then what it might cost as far as you need help.
Yeah.
And then you'll be able to have it like all on a screen where you can just like.
Yeah, we have it on the screen now, but it's the alarms don't work, the flash don't work. It was just kind of a thrown together mess. The guy who did it was learning how to do it when he did it, so he didn't know what he was doing when he started.
Yeah.
That's the problem we're having now.
Okay.
Yeah, this stuff is really complicated.
At the water plant, I have 3 different radios and systems to work with to start the water plant up. So makes it hard.
Yeah.
So if one of the systems isn't working, we have to figure out why it's not working. Or we have to try to run it in manual, which if we run it in manual, it gets rid of the whole set on everything if the water's bad. So there's certain areas that it's supposed to trip off. The water gets bad in the creek. When we're pumping the creek water, it's supposed to shut off. If we're running it manually, we can't do it that way.
Yeah, I think whatever cost is going to be incurred, I mean, yeah, they gave us a great price, so whatever cost incurred is still cheaper than these guys running up there and checking these systems manually.
Do you know if this type of, so if we have a contract with them to come out and set up the system and then continue on as a service contract, basically, do you know if that's exempt from requiring a public bid to go out and stuff?
I'm sure of that.
Basically, we've got, it is 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5.
but that's different from the public bid process. That's required for a lot of this stuff. A lot of these professional services, though, are exempt, and I'm just not sure if this is one that is.
And then you also said you break it down to a service contract.
There's so many dollars too.
Should we get that answer that question before we move forward with it then?
I think we move forward.
I think we move forward. We brought in people to come in and do work on our generator plants before, and we never had to put that out for bid. We just approved it. That was the same amount of money.
And this allows Chris to do his job.
Yeah.
You recommended it.
Yep.
So you'd say that this is qualifying under an emergency exception?
Don't put words in my mouth.
I am with Wes. I do want to make sure we're doing it correctly. Even if we've operated in a certain manner in the past, we should make sure that it's being done correctly. So I just want to know.
Is there an avenue we can call just to make sure prior to moving forward with this?
I mean, I think you could contact county council, right?
We use our own counsel.
Oh, we use? Okay.
Yeah. Most of the time.
Our own council
It's
is mainly
applicable.
personnel related. We'd have to,
More employment.
you know,
Okay.
pay extra for that.
Really? Okay. I'll call in some of the other places that have used them to see. Other public agencies.
Does it cost us to use county council?
I've never used county
I would
council.
assume so.
I mean, ours is a retainer on personnel. Anything else is a fee.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say we go forward.
I think we should move forward too.
Yeah, I say we go forward.
So there's 3.
You want me to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, I make them.
Oh, public comment. Thank you, Arlen.
So after the programming is done, is there lessons that you need? Is it just basic, easy after that?
We're gonna work with Marlon Cove. Myself and Travis working with the programming there, and then we'll have Joe and Anthony out in the field with the antennas and stuff.
Good, and then they can teach and.
Yeah, the problem we had before was people hiding what they knew about it, and they didn't tell us about it. So,
Yeah.
The systems are tough.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did just have actually one question on that because we have had this issue with the turnover. Are they going to be able to provide basically like a manual on a going course, just in case, you and Travis are on the freeway and get wiped out and, all that knowledge is poof gone in an instant?
I'll have to ask.
Okay, because I know we're running into that with just the districts in
it's
period,
it's kind of a part of the programming is you can pull up some of the logic and look at it, and that's what we're going to see.
I'm sure if these are their programs, they will have an operations instruction guide, manual or something. So
we're using the Snyder Electric. And they have all the programs and stuff on there. You just have to know how to read them correctly, program stuff correctly. So it's out there.
I say we do it.
Yeah, maybe when I worked at Sanctuary Forest, we did like this institutional knowledge file for like each position. So I don't know, maybe we'll have to work on that too, like have the guide, but then like, hey, this is how I open it up in the morning and da 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 da.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know. Yeah.
That's a good idea. I like that. And I guess I'd be okay moving forward with this, but I would like, if we could find out, like, we'll go in and approve it, but if we do get information that says we're supposed to have held it, done it differently, then we should be notified about that.
I'm gonna say we need to go forward, and I agree with her, but I think we need to go forward, move on, and we have to let Chris do his job.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the contract with Absher and Associates for the water water SCADA system programming.
And I will second that motion.
Roll call.
Trustee Machine?
Yes.
Trustee Sanders?
Aye.
Jeff Hilbert?
Aye.
Jeff Longman?
Nay.
Mike Solari?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Nice. She was looking for a place to rent. Our place is available at the time, so if you want to give me a number, that'd be great.
I do have one unfinished business that we should have discussed with the sports court, or not the sports court, I'm sorry, the Parks and Rec Committee, and that is, we did, discuss having it, or we approved having it on the first Thursday of the month, so that we can have the report for the following, right?
Yeah.
With that, what we didn't agree on, or what we didn't select was the time of day.
I'm gonna say,
That up to the co-chairs when you contact
I
them.
agree. I think it's up to you guys, work out the members and do, I mean, again, we don't wanna hamstring you guys, cause it's already gonna be hard enough
Getting everyone together.
every first Thursday of the month, so.
Yeah, we just have to make, we have to make sure that that all of the announcements go out in protocol as they're supposed to for open meetings.
Well, yeah, all
Does
your
that sound
no-
good
your-
to you,
your
Jessica,
notice
or do you have something to add to that?
I guess I think the most clean thing to do would be to set a time for the first meeting, and then you can discuss and change it at the next meeting. That way we can give proper notification to the public.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's just stick with the first Thursday at like what?
Do it like
I mean,
this, 9 o'clock.
I know.
But I mean, some people have to work on Thursday.
That's why we didn't make that.
So maybe,
Do we want to do the first one, and then also, if there was any staff time involved, is there,
May I make a suggestion?
yes.
That you get back to Jessica after you've notified the 5 members that have been approved and see what works best, and then you can give the adequate notification. Is it 72 hours, I believe?
Oh, yeah.
So it might be easier for them.
yeah, or maybe even just like a Saturday for the first one.
So again, you get leeway on that one.
I know.
That's not
That's
good.
maybe we can just come up with.
Come on, Jessica, don't you want to work on your Saturday? Did you have to have Jessica?
That's why we did the first Thursday, because it's already.
All right, ready to do this?
Yeah, go ahead, out to everybody and see what time, for this first meeting, I'll reach out ASAP to everyone, and I'll get back with you, Jessica, on what the consensus is for that first meeting. Is that okay?
Yeah, because it's like 72 hour notice anyway, so.
All right, we all good?
Yeah.
During this meeting, 119.